Musumi Juni that was when soon that for now for we trust in the Lord Almighty that nyama for France by Yakwemu. Sika yenya last week ye bompa ye yesere rade ye wogidie pa se ye benya na otwimu. Nyama be esi ani so na otwetwemu ye nsantimi anka ye wogidie we rade mu se na otwi obetumi ama ye nsaka. Akasema be edumi ensa na no nsia bosoma be edumi ensa dai ni mu ye bedi nkomo. Ye be hweda bankrata no ni mu nsem ye be je ensem etwego news online portals. No nsia boy di no nsia kase boy di kan di abramo eche asan bue dwumedie no mu biom akakopembe no nduni eche. Need 100.9. Your station, our station. This is your early morning riser. This is our breakfast. This is Ghana MONTIE. KWASI ABOAGYE is my name. Yen fast that can see fama peacefmonline.com other online portals ni share semna say ni go or online portals say na sasem way teach you ukoye social media mainstream online portals na echegu papa Nigerian televangelist Prophet TB Joshua dies aged 57. Where Nigeria software so adidin wiase afana nyina Ghana hanum say so eka ho ache se aman for dodo na kwana so de pain Ababe to jase sisi ade won kan akrati asefo ho Prophet TB Joshua Temitope Balogun Joshua, also known as TB Joshua, a frontline Nigerian preacher and televangelist, has died. Family sources say Niababe to Janono, the synagogue church of all nations, and so Eddie Ababe to Lagos Womo so for Nyaminipa TB Joshua akanchine gu a won kan ayati asefo na ensam ne de bebre na manfo kan bakua say etwetwa so ene say sana yesi TB Joshua be bosumi mienu kura ni ekotaki yede ne tuwe ye play mu twi de ne kotaki de be asema yesi na stroke achi ne momo de ne kotaki se komo kwa akosane yade mama sane yade ma say so abo ne ne ka ho nsem no se anopechi se pe mu nchichi mu yie pa de ma niema ne bi eka Nigerian journalist bi kura ne nsem a waka ano she I say he was irresponsible. TB Joshua's ministry did a lot of damage. I said, well, yanyama wonu free say amwa Nigeria. Nigerians in training ebina what this asem way edi atu dressing kadi pe wu anke kan chiri bo asemoni mfa ne chiri so we de wonu so we dwa a wokeka ne nsem bebre enra nsentwafo hie mu bi so koso ewo ye Ghana hanum say Ministry of Education Dr. Yao Oseduchum Edensem Editu Dra Wayan Setrefo Shie mu Ministry of Information press briefing womo ye aban asoafo no eni ne ekoso aban mu no womo ensem ye omde to dra nra Ministry of Education ko onum say na ensem no bebre ba ko epie fim no say basic 4 people should write national standard test in November. Minister no what can say so Obawo basic 4 near then class 4 na then ABN no class 4 so all primary 4 pupils in public schools will in November this year write the new national standards test NSC to assess their knowledge, skills, values and attitudes, which is central to the new pre-tertiary education curriculum. Pre-tertiary education, what's that? America Chrome, yes, I do. Abruchi, what is pretty? Oh, hi, Abri. Pre-tertiary, doctor, I don't know your dear here. Yo. My son is not old enough to be in SHS. Ignore false report. Make America because no education is where America. No about Ghana dear. My son is not old enough to be in SHS. Ignore false report. Now me. The one crata be the Baba Twabontin. One more can say Minister of Education. Neba echo a private SHS. Chese na kwa so SHS free SHS ni nyama nkoye enti ono ode ne ba be kobi no ode ne ba ko private school and was you me backra wo yindu bia so de wondu baby obekọ SHS enti enya no kore se sa asem na amanfo ka no monsi omhu say I do chum no this asem yi wo de atudwa enti wo se onroli ni chese no ba bia ni ho awo enti munya sa asem na mo keka no. Double track system will be determined or be eliminated in 2 to 3 years. Double track system will be eliminated in 2 to 3 years. Educhum. Asem we dey say mo kan no. That's what Mampini crack I said double track in the crown. I think it was the 21st update on Mampini di Mai and so time na I'm say January ho baby. Na ye be school man could I be school no Mampini can asem no. Say double track ye if you cross ye view. I have the voice. I think I'll play the voice for you people. For you people to even hear. Let me see if I can even quickly get Mampini voice now. Then I'll just even play it now. I mean, refresh our memory. Say, maybe I'm in a MONTIE here. Near Mampini kind because I thought I had Mampini cancer. Anna, Mampini one cancer. Okay, so let's see if the voice. Okay. I work on it. Technical hitches kakra bi o hanum say, but voice no hanum say. Nti ye kinkan de bon krata na nim sem ye fa no nsia kase ye no ba o de nya abotre ma me. Since our voice no one kwan de be bo ni etie ni ye. But Minister of Education said womo be jai double track in 2 to 3 years time. But that's what all can. Well, my main fast rack is from my peacefmonline.com. Other online portals, no. You know, I say, na, you need a one crater and come down for Transi, a KJ Wakodi and so what Transi, nano pay our more barbeking can hear the one crater and in him, Eddie, am I? You heard a one crater, yeah.
Jo, Yamatia Fwakwa, baby, Moana, made the graphic Joe Bocrata, no Eshasie. What you are swap for no and a show Mercy Casam, so rock and for Ata, and for you Abam. And I watch them say, dear Abawe no, Nakuma so adiane se, a mebru bedi ye, a mebru nakasa benyet muposo makasa baby munuma, or bet me this year ayoyo, and no ain't about tampa package na abadia bano, 100 million Ghana cedis, and a womu. Now what the man was say, was swap for the show machine, so doctor ya was say a dichum. Asin sakraya abai adi aba ewa angumashia muno ebeye ye ebeboye ama Ghana angumashia no akwaso ye papa. Sagana for Bekaya na se remfia na watwe atwa mu ye ene perifo ade ahyenti ade boye lorry fefo ebaye se said you muchem sa hyase ye adwuma ne yesu kohwe kasa wudro mu asadie mu asia pagya no nyasem ketwa na 13% ne bi mu nim calculation ye edioma calculate amana bro sho wonsesem ayenchi wahwe bebre we ye graphic nsem bi ene wade ebaye
abusuafo Ghanaian Times ye nim hanso. What the Minister of Education was saying, we do to Mfoni Abetua, and what has so far so good. Sika abai aseno, our free senior high home, a free 2017, Adibasi 2021. I have 7.7 billion Ghana cedis here. What the quankanity is Kanimua. I wa baby. And what the Mfoni Abetua, a real senior, TB Joshua. Wakwa the sabo na bamwo adenensa to no so TB Joshua ampa wejawa no mokọ na wodi anoto ntan Ketu South and what I say epo asoti no said yesi boba no ehu pa asempanifu antu ana mowa da ko ye bedaba sore no na epo asoti na mena desia ewo Ketu South Ghanaian Times ye nim de ni
na the Ghanaian Observer the Bocrata no namo no what you was so for the show my machine so doctor ya was say educhum efo nyini aba ana watch them say aban abomoden wabomode papa magihie pa kwaso Ghana enwu machine hia wudu onim etietwa fatase ye bo aban no abaso eye prophet commission TB Joshua a wawuo no omo echeso nya finhie aduonum anso 57 years ana wakra ekọ ansia do wade osofo hwe enwuma ne adansie so onumonyafo Francis Asenso Boache efo nyini aba ana wo kire se World Bank eye wiase nade sika krabia batai no ane Ghana ban aka wonti apam ho a wo mu kire mu se enhie to yi Ghana fo no wo ba beboa ne atimi akon atia se enche akachu na bro na GJA omo kwa kwato aba ayi opanyin obeyi otitinani yesi eye dwomfo a wono nani abre peso ye dwomtrani no wonani abre papa nya sanketwa eti ho ansensem ne bi eka ho bi ena the Ghanaian Observer ede aba
na atali guide ye nim wanso de Dr. Apakwasi ndom mfani abetua na no hu winu nso ewo honom kama wasa na space wata say US court to be di Dr. Apakwasi ndom asem na nsem a APM no anyansam ketwa aposifo akwati wi a esopa womsu omachi wi ewo Ghana hanom ankofo ede ba na mom wi a womati ni anu na ya da biggest pa wo ye history mu a ebetumi akọ Guinness Books of Records mu Dr. Wasaya wadutum mfani da ha and what as free senior high no among kwada womako free senior high no kwa peja ko 1.2 million enti wade ni mfani abetua ena kojo apon kroma wawura bi ade nanapon yasi wano no waye head of transport ewo Jubilee House mampeni atena ye womu tesu womu pam no yasake ne yamane letter wawura yi ade presidency din en wodi bu nkofo afaso enu nti nanapon ya pam no say head of transport ade free
missy
yasake no nana opon de yaso wasema mpeni na wasema mpeni space bi pepe yase yasake no yasake no ana TB Joshua nso wawu enti wepeja ne nsa ewa hanum se ya woye wiase nyina bye na yankwamre ana nsam no ebehuru se
4.3 okay 101.7 beat 100.9 your ship house Abeka Junction Accra hello 101.5 FM Kumasi Edrum adesoma mema mu nyina achi anopei o my Ghana ne amahodo so nsemo ayensa kan ye de brem ikase boy Efa radio stations that hold also Ghana ne amanone and ye to peacefmonline.com peacefmonline.com na anopei semo ye de brem odi edi mu akotini bi ene say
o men so afo ano na hwe nwomesua ensam so de atu dwasa nto aso suku wo de hye begua kwan mu amemu ayere pete se ne be ya wo mfuo no mo kosua pon a na chese wo mo ebeben pa
Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed Awal kire se ehun be hia se Ghana ye betutu eniema yie na yenye sika edi afri nstrahwe adwuma no
Aprosifo ache enipa mienu bi ya omsusu se bunsu osiem kwantempo no ho wo mo kotata adwadifo ekobo wo mo kro
afei yakọ agudie mu ensem nso so Ghana Premier League sheba na enra match ya na eni wo ho pa oboase nanso nyame adom kotoko etimi di nko
na Uganda memo so atodwa se COVID-19 yade an se die manimu so pa enti wo mo ebetutu suku mu
ensem we ni afoforo nkyere mu ne yade bra mo anopai enwumako we yada roma na mote enka
yade asede ne ka bia makeke pepra roofing ne wo mo ede supreme coated roofing sheet ya ye roofing sheet papa ye nchance yade bodan so ye papa pa we de wiase nyina ade atum eno ene obi a wo ma bi abekoso bia obi a ede ebo ne dan so Ghana ha keke pepra roofing kutoni ni podi kanya wodi bi abewura ha sei ekita unique surface in great finishing ena ne color no so etim hoda sanya wo beto no netie no envie duonu achi saa pepepe ena da so ete na de ball dan so a eyade e madam ho no mo eye nwuno eyie na fa madan no so eye fa ejina kama o hwe keke pepra roof na fa dan sie ho niema de e frasha se ko sie wieye wonsa ebekebu ho no wo mo e wachi motanso wo pantempo no so a wo mo bay ensa wo barrier from 0244912100 and 0242662004 ya wo dependable herbal home wo mo de adom malakio ya ye di A2 atudi yare and afen so no typhoid fever ase kwakwa every nipadua no no watimi ade ho e wa pomode emu enti malaria na achi wa eduro ba kope e na meka mfo ama eno ani dependable herbal home wo mo adom malakio ya om dia badwa so adom natural man capsule so eye memedro so kwa mema enom emom bo adwuma wankasa me more piafo adom natural man capsules boa mema ye papa wasa de adom lady care capsules and make chance so ababe piso ye no eje ma dodo no a efra fijikom ha nyina emu wanum na ato na onte aduane de ehu aduane ana chese bibi ya yewo adom natural tonic ya ba ma no bi na wankasa twipini aduane na didi na bo we ma se be to 4 Encore Repatch Ventures, Rick Jones, and Alpha King's Walk Herbal. Yeah, what this way chocolate drink, and a pay dear breakfast, papa here, a ya bakope, a this way chocolate drink, no one ya brodo meat pie, and abo fruit, not just a what ya want, not baby woo at the amount. You may quay at the Roma, and a wobo each of medical boy abroad. I can come for what you and cap and a pay.
Also for friends like Dr. Ibrahim Mohammed Awal say Mresanti ni Ghana nhyɛ danyen totoya ekɔ animu pa betimi aboa amansa hwɛ adwuma sika ɛsɛsɛ firi mu ba na ɛboa Ghana sikasɛm no ɛba ne sɛnti ɛbraso sɛ sabre Ghana ɛbɛyɛ hyehyɛ ekɔ animu pa ama yɛnyɛ sika ɛde ɛfiri nsrahwɛ adwuma no mu wɔse covid ɛba yɛ no ahawiase nyinaa sikasɛm a ɛnyɛ Ghana nkoa ɛno nti ɛna ama Ghana sei yɛnhyehyɛ ne sɛ nkafe atwa mu sika ɛsɛsɛ yɛnya wɔn nsrahwɛ adwuma mu a yɛnya no yɛbɛbɔ yɛ homɔden sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a yɛbɛtumi enya sika no afi na baby Dr. Mohammed Awal ede sa asem wetu dwa no na wone wo mo a ye hotel afi nsrahwe adwuma no mu no wo mo ahia etwetwe nkomo e wo Cape Coast ho e na ode tu dwa sese adwen se ekwame na wo nyina betumi afa so aka wo ho abomu na wonya sika ede afri nsrahwe adwuma no mu ekwa no mu baako ene se kakum park ho sei canopy walkway no wo mo behwe na wo mo asiesie no afi kase na wo ho no so wo mo besiesie ni nyina na aboa ama Ghana enye sika afri nsrahwe a ebeba ho no e Sally Ingiza and a chicken commons. What's the program for diplomatic tourism? The program launch, so to go can happen. na penny a wono so eda Ghana Tourism Authority ano owura kwasi agiman e ka se ahyeye no so ye de obetumi bia se be ya wo mo ebenya boss ya se ba sense ahwefo ba Ghana ase ya wo de wo mo ebenante
crisis ya yo double decker bus in a bonsuka eno de the baba starting near the Christian market net here adwe anasa pay away
owura kwasi agiman ono ene penny a Ghana Tourism Authority ano salingiza ene boabo nsemi anomaye
omen so afọ na hwe nwumesua eso Dr. Yaw osai edutwum dia tudwa saban egu adwuma so den ehwe so obeboa amanto so suku etumi agina yie pa ne senti ene wode nwumesua hyehyeye pa wode ababe wura Ghana ye nwumesua emu wode semi tudwa bra wo kasa ye enura ekyekye mampanye ni so ade hunu sonko ne hyehyeye pa wasiesie ede ama Ghana ye nwumesua ene wo kyese mampanye na nakufado ede ato aso ye no anim so momodin ahwe se wo mbetoto niema yie se ne beya ento aso suku no etimi akona nim yie pa na agina yie a se bempempenso a ebeduru no se wo mu wie ento aso suku na se wo mo ekosuapon mu a ye behunu se abenfo ankasa ena wo mo eko eno nti ne wo se wo mo ebegina nkrabata bese anan bi eso a watu din se 4 seas eno no egitahudie mapa bedi ebe ɛbɛyɛ adwuma sɛ wobɛtumi asi gyinae no wadwene yie sɛ wankasa sabio adomakyɛde ɔbaadeɛ ɛdodom no wobɛtumi ɛde ayɛ adwuma na afei wobɛtumi ne afoforɔ nso ɛde nkitaho ayɛ adwuma ɛmɛtumi aboa yie sɛ sukuu ne ɛdu din sɛ effective communication, critical thinking, creativity and after collaboration. Na no wɔkyɛ sɛ wɔn mo yɛ saa no wɔn mo nyi abafo kwantempo ɛfa so esua deɛ ɛmfiri mu wɔn mo nyi abɔdeɛ mo nyansapɛ ho adesua ɛmfiri mu engineering ɛna after nkontabuo ɛno nso wɔn mo de bɛka ho a ne nyinaa ɛbɛbɔ mma wɔn matumi apagya aboa amantoaso sukuu ɛgyina yie paa.
Nana Adodankwa Kufuado is saying that he really wants to ensure that high school is actually 6 years and that we should do everything possible to strengthen the lower secondary level. So you're going to see that as one of the areas that we're going to focus on in the next 3+ years to make sure you strengthen the lower secondary end of things. If high school has libraries, lower secondary must also have them. So there are going to be a number of transformation activities that we're going to do in that area. To do that area so that we can create a true pipeline of quality education along the entire value chain. When we talk about science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, we are not talking about doing this at the university, but we are talking about creating a pipeline that begins from primary school that takes us through junior high school, all the way to the university. A pipeline that will allow Ghana to really use what we call the 4 C's or utilize that and implement the 4 C's, which is communication, effective one, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration.
Any I would say a young Monsieur for Dr. Yao Osei Educhu.
Na bosome nan no mu ho na kramopanyi bi a ye fe no Sheikh Salisu Shaban ebeto dwa se waye nyamedia na nra na obo dwa ewo omei State House ani mu ho eye na yie na eye no atitire eba asie be bi ti se National Chief Imam oba ho Ghana mampani abedi akire na ohobi afei ahoho a efi Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Togo, Benin, Senegal ene amaya etwa ho ahia nyina eba Sheikh Salisu Shaban na yie no ebi na ma hono mampani abedi achi Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia eka se papa no otiase no we ni papa se wo hwe pani ya we Ghana de hie na wato na awo efia mahudo ya wabobo so nyina eba ababeja na yi ana kire se otimu se papa no otiase no ni papa no mampani abedi akire se ade ba kwa na danso ewo Sheikh ho ne se na ope asomdwe na wi aso man bia ni ho a ebetimi atompon wa bra asomdwe enka ho entianya bia ne se ye kai onipatitire bi etesa no a ye ma ni su a eye asomdwe su no ebi ema metena yemu na se ne osi ye na de a wodo nipa no ye mfa sa odo no enya adwuma emfa nsom Ghana na enope ene kwan a ebetimi afaso ama oman no atu empon. Aprosi for omo ewo Parliamentary mu abomoden ache enipa mienu bi omo so omo ye kwamukafo ya chese omo ekobo okrono akwantimfi nso osiem kwantempo no so onmo a na sa nipa mienu eye Haruna Amadu enafe Joseph Nyira omo nyina womanya eviadunum 25 years na wochiemu se na adwadifo ma womo etekia Rhino track B and registration number no eye GC 328-11 emu achese wo makodi dwa efi achembe gro ya we Parliamentary mu omdo mani achira shama yenkramantem anum sei anu mache be se no na brema ye nra yi a ena nipa bonife ekotwa wo mu akwantimfe obu so site 2 ebo wo mu krono sa na ma makumaku enumi wo mu wia wo mu sika wo mu bag ekito chese wo mu niema nyinara wo mu dituo gina wo mu so ena wo mu agi niema nyina efi wo mu ensam etu adwadifo ma na baako na se wo ya esobon kakra na onye ombo ni tuo ewo ni timu a kana na onde wato na nanom ewo ensero chese ni din edi Victoria na numu ena prosifo a womo ewo osiem ena fe suhum ekwam hono womo etinka enom dimirika ebaye sa kromfo mu bo krono no nwura bi ewo hono na cheso mu dwane no mko hyehye hono a prosifo du hono na ne womo ankasa du womo hune ehwehwe aye no mu se enipa no omo akire wo mo teheya edia ne omo no omanfo binu ebe bo aye ka wo mhugu mu a chese ya chinkofo ni mu a sese ye de emra na eba behwe wo mo aposifo agia tu ene niema wo mo wie fi adwadifo ho no mo efi wo mo ensam na aposifo chese etu a wo mo ensa kan ye bi eyeti abofrei ebi na chese tu ogumu ma
eno danche abrantan se kan yibi bag voter ID cards and mobile phone SIM cards no bebre ya wochem se wo mo agi free adwadifo ho no na no aposifo age say wo mo chese niema wo mo age afri akonfo ho no eno na aposifo de kwakwaya dance na ehwemu aka no ato aso
Kasiaba waso gusu awutie every piece 104.
I'm so beautiful. If you are with you, Bosume, Mamma Mutia rent to say. If you are 40 Ghana cities, if you are come back to your 80 Ghana cities. Hey, son is there. Mabu said, if you are Matia, between Betty and Mumpomo, and with your Coswin. Now, this way chocolate drink that Abbey. Someone of my Eltron when you that bay and a crowd better too. What to make us say be a few of our shoe shebra. I mean, you should become an a Jeffy Ras, I would your book. If you're a very wood to your niche, if you're a very water, this way chocolate drink for full use, a good job. Yet, and as 1 year, I got to a team on my day. If you're a wood to any or wood to any, yeah, bro, a day. Eh, now this way chocolate drink, no sugar and Nunda, sugar woman, and then once one was here. Anne, you here, and it's so here. Now, I'm a pedia, Monsieur Sugar Cap, from the family, or I shall say, Bia, who by from at this way, such as Bakumpo, a good more church, a man. If you're a study, yeah, this way chocolate drink, a boost to a supermarket, or can see John filling stations, and the shops, and no mountain to a Yamati, and the Shania San Coto, and a team on them. Hey, if you're a baby, for Valanda Swat, would you wait? Yes, I am, woman out to come. Yeah, got this way chocolate drink and so swat. If you were in your debut, sir, we shall see. Actually, FDA, I just said, you didn't cut too much to say, yeah. For the Amoka Freddy's Corner Home Appliances home, or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a year papa,
Brand Banner Battle, Samsung, Nokia, Media, Apple, Nasco, Infinite, Huawei, TCL, Skyway, West Point, Sinis, Nina Iwobi.
TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. We are opening a good warranty, dear. For Freddy's Corner Home Appliances, CCTV, a Boma monitor of properties, new business at anywhere in the world. CCTV, a Nidaho, a wood detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector, ultimate connector, our phone, our monitor, baby, we are CBR.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner Ejosia Hodwa or ton phones and a home accessories.
020-7937-323 and also Bokokomemle Satellite in Chehwa. Na yaka discount any achadia ubetiasi.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
Amen.
Someone say Nigeria saying.
I said, what the army Nigerians and our herbal I are some view. And I said, so one so share upon dinner hotel our dear Brahman a free and true so equity and Nasia. And here I dear sir, I mean and Saudi. What didn't really up barefoot if you do time. I mean any herbal I could.
Lagoon, Tama Road, Frey 020-722-9505 and a 0245-275254. Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
So I come out with a show and I bought prepare.
Glass more at a Martin silver salt no back one no now dear boom.
Who say who a glass in silver salt. You an orange flavor and a bacosia plain.
One more of Hobato. Nemum Edina no now home to war. Who doctor?
Tune it in.
na Uganda mampanyi Yoweri Museveni ena wacha si ade watoto school mu ena feso baby nipa dom ehia bebre say yie party num ne wedding ne sa ne mane nyina ya twen asensem yere tabono atoto so esanse covid no de toso mienu ye second wave no ade se amane mu so pa e wo Uganda man mu say ka ya hyen akobadie ni ade efri mensi ba kokko foforo mu so no wacha se fri nyame ya doma ya wada eno so yere tabono eto so na efri ne ya ekono wo makwan se be ya esukufo a wo school wo nyina eba bedru fie to bedru fie nkosi ya wada de no obia aba edu mo ba ya na chese ne ka nko e na ka ma obia etna fie na wo chese baby etna no monsa baby etna hwesene baby a yakotena gi ya ni biara eho nyina ya tutum se etwetwe afenso school no ene ya tutum na no school ya tutum ne baby nipa bodom pem ni ade na edita abona toto so no eno wo chese etwamu a nefu amakomako aduanan emie na nienti a wo ma to school no chese yade no aka school ko da na papa na afa chechirefo eno ka hobi na ma wo mo eto nienti a we nyina ko ba ye no chese na no na o minus eso afo hwe apomden sam so de betudwa ese corona yade no enura nko a no enipa 1259 wo manya yade ni bi ene nura na emunkono afam atwe mo enkwa na sa yade wo chese be na wotwe mienu entemunie na mpanyimfo yese de be se de yade ne keka kone wo se wo mo ede lockdown eba wo bana abana nsa da mfenani anku ho kura chese no wo se ne man no covid chiri nya de covid betimi aba man no na so sei de nipa ewuo na yade ne eka nipa bebre ni ade no wo mo amfa lockdown ama ebe ha dwene se si amanugu so ameka se Uganda 52,920 and 374
Ghana Premier League no ekoso na say NC Koko wie King Faisal ene Chelsea ene shiaye na Koko wie ase na Chelsea ahye num King Faisal one pro ntimi anhye Dreams FC etre fie hye mienu Elmina Sharks Omo entimi anhye bi Abusua Dwarfs ene Aduana Stars Asia no Abusua Dwarfs tena fie hye ba ko Aduana Stars entimi antie Liberty Professionals etena fie hye miensa West African Football Academy Wafa eti emu mienu 11 Wonders hye mienu Bechem United eti baako Mediama Sporting Club tena fie hye baako Karela United entimi antie na baby ana manfo ani hwe papa nra no eye oboase isanse Ghana ball bomu akuku dampa mienu Krobi Asante Kotoko metemma Kumasi Asante Kotoko no ukuma apem beba na omo ene Ash Gold na Kotoko so baby omo match no haye Ash Gold home enti Kotoko mom na ebo home so na Ash Gold for home ane santi na chese amanfo hwe ase Ash Gold wo mbechu Kotoko adi ese Koko wie ase no na Fabio Gama dos Santos wa Kotoko management Koko fan ba nkofo ya wo nim ball muza akwa ne kapintani no wono ena se ni ball wa wo bontu obia mia na no omuntimi nkasa biomu no ohye ede ema Kotoko ndi wi ase na Kotoko ahye baako e wo Lenkley agoprama so ya Ash Gold entumi antie Kotoko boni de na nsa na nwumre hokra house of wo ba bebo yenim de ntia na etesa nanso Koko wi ase no na house of folk ahye baako ena Oli Kotoko Oli COVID-19, Oli Abnakoko, Oli Free SHS, Oli Election Petition, Oli Jenadu Kwemensa, Oli Chachu, Oli Unanimous, Oli Yemperov, Oli Isolation, Oli Nose Mask, Oli Social Distance, Oli Vaccination, Oli Protocol, Oli Lockdown, Oli Agrada, Oli Landlords, Oli Fumigation, Oli Evangelist, Oli Thank You, my bread. Almost Oli Aputo, Oli Apo, Oli Culture of Silence, Oli Rastafarian, Oli Ashimote School, Oli TB Joshua, Oli Galamsey, Oli Bipolar, Nina na Ohobi, Oli Gamma, Almost so Eshabaku, the Koko we are here no, now Oli Father Dixon, Ashabako, ama House of Folks so Ashabako, no House of one. One more sure, I said no government say, one more Baba Shenages or Machuko to Komu points and Kobasa. Esi a has a soro no odani nyina ye goes miensa epe eno ode bro Kotoko enso eno krado kotoko next match obehye num na kire se has for so hye kra na kotoko abeda ehwe na kire ena Kano pay a me, Mammy be a macqua for me. Nana, ya kesi. I said, Uncle KK Pepper roofing what the Supreme Court roofing sheets here, but way and chance and papa bear for the fina ba any ADA and Tikoko Toby. What's the day we are all beboson quadia kotobi. Na if about dine so never boa and medino, a Gina IFA, I come up, I sense a unique surfacing, great finishing, and I feel color so a permanent, just a MP Pada, said the tia, if you be breaches, and etia wa mwachi mota bar sa one barrier chimota uta one quantipono eso for keke people for 0244 91210 0242 662004 Adom Malaki and two a 3D malaria say Adom natural capsules and vitality stamina and vigor Adom lady care capsules and mission so one man edgy woman if you come how emo and Adom natural tonic and so I'm yet here boy and to phone call repatch ventures with Jones Kings walk from 0242 223 yeah what this way chocolate drink I don't pay you here in social you make Roma and obey to the can see we and when Madam Nina say
Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie all the sampa Kasia bo Kowaka Tawansa Amaya sa Kasia waye Onye yimu no cretrodo Kagremen kamadilibo Nitafe Mumayentie Kosia waji 100.9
Kwesi Bonkwe
Atankona penu fana Kosia waji darling boy and some good woman dintebia eyi ekugu ewemu a inya misa Ghana Montie if you need FM so Ghana Montie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo need 100.9 FM
Utie oha extra punk no needs FM What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized, feel different. Always think specialized. Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Catch it. If you're right, maybe I know you and that's be if you are mutie, Bosume, Mamutia rent to say. If you're right, for the Ghana city. If you are from Mubatia, 8 Ghana cities. Hey, son is Mabu said, if you're Ramatia, between Betty and Mumpumo, and with the Equaswina. Now, this way chocolate drink the Dada Abbey. Someone of my Elchan when you that bay and I will crowd better too. What to make us say be a few of our Shebra, and me and Chubby Kramanoda. A Jeffia said you would your book. If you're afraid you would see your knee, if you're afraid you would say, this way chocolate drink for full use, a good job me. Yet, and as if 1 year I could have a team on my day. If you're a wood to any or wood to any, you're brown at day. Eh, now this way chocolate drink, no sugar and Nunda, sugar woman, and then once when I was so here. Annie, you hear any so here. Now, I'm a pedia, Monsieur Sugar Cap from the Bafam, I shall say, dear, Muba from at this way, such at Bakumpo, a good more chatty, man, maybe that. If you're a study, yet, sir, this way chocolate drink, a Busso supermarket, or can see John filling stations, and the shops, and no mountain to Anyamatebusi, and the Shian San Koto, and Machati Maunum. Hey, if you're a Benny, Fufu Valanda Swa, would you wait? Yes, I am, Umra Kutukum. You could talk this way chocolate drink and so on. If you were in your debut, sir, we shall see. Yabako. FDA, I just said, Jadian Crab to Majatum say, ye.
Utie oha extra punk no needs FM.
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie.
All this and papa. Kasia bo. Kowaka temunsa. Amaya se. Kwesi ABOAGYE.
Onye yimu. Nukretrodo. Kagile menkamadile bo.
Nita fe.
MONTIE. KO FIE 100.9.
Kwesi bonkwe.
When we come back into office, and I know inshallah we're coming back into office, is to complete the 200 community day schools that we began, so that we can bring a quick end to the double track system. We want our children to go to school at the same time and all vacate at the same time. And like I said again, if anybody comes to tell you that I said, if I become president, I will abolish the free SHS, that person is a liar. We will improve the free SHS and make sure that the quality of teaching and learning is made better, so that our children will not think that it's an entitlement for them to cheat in exams. If you prepare from cheating in exams,
So from 15th January, our children in kindergarten, primary, and junior high, in both private and public schools, will be back in school. All SHS 1 students will start classes from 10th March, with all his students embarking on a single-track academic calendar. Their seniors in SHS 2 and SHS 3 will, however, return to school from 18th January. I must stress that SHS 3 students in all schools, like SHS 1 students, will no longer run the double-track system. The expansion of infrastructure at the various senior high schools over the last 3 years has brought us to this favorable situation. However, the double-track system will still be applicable to SHS 2 students in schools that are employing it. Students in universities and other tertiary institutions are to be in school from Saturday, 9th of January.
Ghana Montie Jumedie Suni and a joy June 7, 2021. Good morning once again, and thank you very much for tuning in. We're saying your bread, GDA at that general do if you didn't know that I'm saying joy. Yatna saying, come on, Jinaya Manya Sem so. There one crater animal and come on back in Kadia Mamo. That gives you variety there, right? And some of you also I check go our news online portals. And also Ye here chichi mu yede be mamo. Interviews ahodo and command doors on a pay. Na football sense me no ami hu foni bi. Hey. Videos ni bi. I told you the name be Diakro. We'll try and share it with you on a pay where your live Facebook streaming, you know. There one cratano and a joy sena in the moon sem not ye. Ye call na ya kwaji, come na mafu coming one of pay so and I create you wakodye and so I come home more babe bois. I can kind the one cratano, dear my not. Make I want to say, I drink with media fire WhatsApp line over 050 3721744 050 3721744 no pay na what day I didn't channel their fashion dia ba. There one crata and a pay ni munsem.
Jo. Yes, I can impress you so na graphic democrat no and ye dey air con impress you so. What your man son na hinoru akendofori atam for nyine aba. And I watch them say aban essay. Or person oboa ehwema embabunu ejina won nice no mo akasa nya jimoponi adwene ebiebiomo adwuma. Enu ti obatampa package eye hyehye de ebo amaburu no. What the 100 billion Ghana cedis and de ahyemu. Etu ahyase ene mabunu Ghana fa na nyina edi nkomo a ye bi se bi so mo se adwuma be na betimi aye na emwa be na upe edi free aba no enchen. Na eye reforms nsakraye awodo aye se aban edi aba ewo nwomasuamu no. Oswafo na hwe enwumasua so kirem se aboaga na pa ama Ghana enwumasua hye no afa ne ntuma pa afra na watwe atwa mu na penifo de nkrata ba abontere kire Ghana fo se sadie niema bo asie hurihuri fefefe se sukonkon no ahyenti ade eye lorry fair yatum enti ahyase ye adwuma ne se koka Saudi ni matoto anim ene ye pedi kohwe se ye de omu nchemu dumi 30% na ba ye ebi mu calculate anaso mu times ya prase atiti bi afim na hye dan koye edidi jiwahyewa banya samketo nei ene yesi ebo modin ya adwuma mu adwuma pa we eye graphic debo krata
abusuafo Ghanaian Times de anso wade aba en wata se nra asoya se o me ya disua so friends am trefo se wo mu mramatie enkofo bi peso o mu kansam edigo free senior high school no fi enti akom ni ntremu papa itremu a Minister of Education won nyamfo say ya wadutum ogina wakura no wate so ne ba bi ani won mu a wo free senior high ni bi ne ba kura wanyini nduru sa anu ati no anu wate say so far free 2017 adibasi 2021 eka abayabo ewo free senior high school ho aya 7.7 billion Ghana cedis ya titisika no eye bebrebe ewiase nyina enso TB Joshua yi waya sofu penia Nigeria ani wiase nyina wagedin o predict abem o ka abem na wano an waya penimpa wada church of synagogue of all nations ya no ewa alata papa kwa yare sabo ba mu awu de nsato no so wa mabie katu south asorate ya eboba no afedie aba amedresie ya ehohoro niema ewo no nyina de kwo empanimfu antunhu anamon a adesie wo katu south ebehunu ayaya de ewo Ghanaian Times yanim ha
na the Ghanaian Observer Democrata enamede etoaso ene wo ba ye wo di doctor ya wo sei edutwum osoafo no ena hwe enwomasua somfo nyini aba ena wo kirem sei efri ebra aban ehyase ese wo ye adwumadi afa enwomasua hye ahodo ho efri fie pimienu ani edu ansu 2070 free searches nimu no aboa Ghana pa na bagbekọ so aye na aboa yen wadi eye komsheni TB Joshua fonyini aba wo ye komsheni kase pa e wo wiase afa na nyina ni nchi efri Nigeria memuo ababeto dwa sememe da no anadwo wahwere ne nkwa ebro ye asore ponye wonya enfrihia aduonum ensu 57 years wadi Orua Francis asenso boache a wono ye osoafo hwenwuma ne adansie sofo nyina ba ene wo sei enkra se ni Ghana se baby ensure particular yi fan crofo no World Bank for the Roma age Ghana no ba se omoni abanu e ka abomu ni yetimi akon etia nyame eya aduma enche oman se ntwofo kmuko GJA omogwa kwoto aba ayi titinani donfo ekiremu se woni de nani abere pa enu eti wahyasie e stations ni radio stations na Facebook TV stations eni de bonkra dane chi no mo e kasa eye Albert Kwabra donfo eti hu sese na nei the Kenyan Observer ede abai
na a daily guide anim hanso asam krona bia wa ha TB Joshua wakwa yare saba na wo afano wa peja nsa wa hanum sei papa kwa kwati ayare se aba wantumi ansa ya mabiewu osi awiase nyina esu TB Joshua aposifo ne national security fo akabom akwa akwatiri wi na sa wi no wamutasa Ghana ya history ya bakwasemu yanti wi bebrebe sada we doso pa ewe ya bakwasemu eno ntinkwada free senior high no ne papa ya yenti enkwada nne womu wa school a womu suade keka kwa 1.2 million student ya womu suade afa Jubilee House en wamutasa wawura na napon ukwa presidency a na one na oya head of transport wa ban cars nyina one wa hweso the Democrat trese wa faburo nya ho no worry pa no wo bu nkofo vaso ya fragadam ne wagadre ewe ni tumedi a wo di munti daily guide say ya pam no ama no letter say woni nyame nko baby a obekọ bia no ekwan enenanim daily guide Democrat ayenim de no
na statesman Democrat ano edi Dr. Yawosei edichumosofo hwe nwumasua so efonyiri aba ene wose aban abomodi wo nwumasua mu na eso enso won modo bekoso aye aboahwe apagya Ghana ye nwumasua ne ba wadi obinfu Justice Dennis Dominic Ejei ni fonyiri aboye Court of Appeal judge ena wadase na wo kire mu se ahemfo ni sase wura no mu a modi obi beto asase pene masa aton de amanipa ba mienu miensa ekọ edusuo no yedimu baba gina kwonto mekwa kwode afiase mfinhie dumu hwade mapire ho etimu nya saade no obi antete ni mawuremu aba beto asase wa wonje no wadane ne ho apɛ ne wasa aton de ama obi ebewie akiri asase baako ɛho ensense maburu otwe ho nwi wodi asobofo ma na enkrofo mabeti akatikati omo mpebra mo nkɔ ba no manya boade adi yase digi fi omo di omo ho abufu ni omo ho ahikura poche ahefo no moto asase no yase mu nyina mo ka bi 10 years je part time de mema mo mohwade amapire ho enhwemu akono mu kyerem se enche kura Ghana ne ebibre mase no eba eye kuayo a abafu hye wom agriteka eba be ye dinapo kese pa wa bibre mase ya we eye the statesman Democrat no
na the Herald Democrat ani mu hanom nso wade aba Justice Ani Yabua Chief Justice ni mfani da ha Dominic Ayene nso mfani da ha Canada Japan ana Henry Kwesi Prempe wamu mfani da ha asamu a wade aka ho ene se watasa Chief Justice wayaya nhwehwe animu waturuntafo a woma baako so no wagya baako na asamu a wobisa no ne se ebra Canada Japan eta judge fo adapa no na Chief Justice wo he na papa kuna de lawyer ni na asamu a waka ya ne se asamu a court no edi ye efa Supreme Court de abato de ho no wani wa munya agene asamu e kaka waka ya nti ya tena boa so obi tumi nti judge fo atam ya nka rentre no enti wasi Chief Justice waturuntafo amaba akuso agya baako Zinato Lawrence awa ha wamudi ne papa June 4 no adema no na no na Zinato atre se eniema nam so a papa J eye June 4 uprising etu abagu ye no ne times 10 ena mampani na nado danko akufu ado ne na ben ayeyi na Clementa Park wayamra sebedwani ma adese wabusa enu okatre wononyamfo wa say ya edutum se moral right no walusu enu nti obeka asem bia Ghana fo engine ni ejapa mesa ena afedia finally PDS ho asem no enne ejapa mesa bekwa akoyi ano se abonidin se wamra meye esoafo abedi akiro behwa ahwoneni aso enti wase enne 12 questions ya papa be yi anu wo committee nanim no anya asam ketua the herald.
The informer Democrats na mede etoaso na wokyere ma no wo se kane ma mpanyini. John Mahama Fonyini ede ni maseru asiedu nketia Fonyini da. Ena Orua Same Ofosu Ampofo. Wanusu Fonyini eda. Ena wasise John asiedu nketia ena ekasei. Wasi o mampanyin dada ma pesa bitu Orua Ampofo ade so. Enu nti na meba no nti n'ani abre pa. Pese obeye dwomtirani ade ama NDC amayogo no. Na ebrekro na mu ena wade yeko Ketu South okirem se emframa epo ediba esu epo aso ache no se ne esi ama na omere so opom mo nya asem ketua enti ese abanye bibi efa nwa no ena nana agima prempe na de bokwajefo panyini se aban eguso a woye niema ye efutuo akọ edi ama mesi ni aban krach mpelifo ne se ebase de bylaws awdo no adwuma mo hwe ena anko entia omafo yedie Dr. Zinato Ajima Rollins wano ba edi emma kanema mpanyini jeje na nimfo yini ede ni masi ya wakasa kirem se yehwe ye na ade nam so emma abantugo ene amanyosem nchiwahwe sori ye no ebi ensi Ghana ha na asoyehwe omanya pomuden so akasa de atudwa se hihye ya enkrofon mu ne bebrebe se di ababeto dwase na wotwe bia ekum Ghana fo enipa beye eduoso enum 75 ena na watwe bia hihye ku omo sa hihye no joto a yedi egu mfidie muo enu na pipe muduru ba muo enkrofo de hye omanu manu matwe mi no magya ni ku ha be una ani aye hrete sekusi a afa na yedi eja aka no to na wo bre yesi ekum ni papa Ghana fo maba wa ne mrante yesi de no monom yesi munyai na ekum wei the informer Democrat
na the new crusading guidance so at the abenim hwa and what I said, Doctor say ya wadutum, I Minister of Education. Was say wamuna kasa free senior high no, eba kukompeno. Free senior high tina nine super and to obia obeka free senior high the sinitrasi no. Nipa kuranu mamun sinitrasi, ewe ni womu, Minister of Education for ni waha, wora Alan Kojotra Mantin Don. That thing, what the hanum say ya was re, usana nimwa. Na nimu aya sire kama anu wakatra American investors say monfa musika mro medita wa Ghana wa bra US Azam Bank I support one district one factory aya $300 million say abante na one fansem na wasi asuru hanum so atumangwa bieja MCE ena wasi intimate close contenders bi a ekoso ewe nimpehia so wade ho asem aba wey aye the new crusading guide na no pay
na the chronicle Democrat ano ena namui wo ba no nananum ahemfo a omo che bi ne potamo edi krobne abobomo ensa ena omani abrepa na se twofo bi som sade ya no msiye se de oba che bi ahimkrom a enya asem ketua sadia akromfare vuodi enya no nyagro ntiposifo mumre bu na meye dwuma emfa emaye ebeto dwawala part se eye krono bobi akoso a eno efa gold ho eye 290 enya asem ketua afedie posifo kwakwa ehwemu ede afa obokina bani wachem so ndo ni posifo ni asem kabia eti wo sensem eda hɔ no mo ɛho asɛmɔde aba eba enwumahyiahye mu asofo hwɛ enwumahyiah so ese aban ayade a wɔbɔ adwuma pa wɔde onmonyafo Alan Kwadwo Kyerematen ne fonyini aba betu animu ha ɛna wɔkyerem sɛ US fo adawromenti ɔmo ama yesika ɛno yɛ 300 million America sika nim yɛde ba bɛhyɛ mansini ba ko firi dwuma ba ko me yɛbɔsi anasom de akyɛ yɛn mumra me kyerɛkyerɛ mu wei ɛyɛ the chronicle the Democrat sɛ bi ka wɔn ne ɔmo ɛde ɛba ya ɛyɛ Africa Continental Free Trade wo sɛ so ebi aba bepie ɛyɛ the chronicle the Democrat anim
na the find that the Democrat anim wan so wade aba Dr. Osaya wadutum ono na nda de waso ntakrate ɛwɔ the Democrat ahodoɔ ne nyinaa mu watasa aban 7.7 billion Ghana cedis and was spend here ɛwɔ free senior high ho afei what the superintendent Alexander Waben eba no posi adwuma mu a wamu ahwe kwan so brebre dwumadi eso no wadi mu akotene and watra say afia yi nkoa yi aya 5 month pe 5 month no aya January February March April and May enkwansia kum nipa 1250 1,250 afia term no 2020 no every March January February March April May ekum nipa 908 afia de pega kwosoro 1,250 and accident yekum wo mu kojo upon kroma wa ha and waka tren some 12 was say yen sati ethical standard yo ewe yejumedi ayedie mu Minister Dr. Muhammad Ibrahim Awa wanu na hwe tourism so ebra wo call central rate in Cape Coast and what they say wo tourism our central region pa enya dia eye ni so enti asase wo mu improve no ni nyina wo the Democrat the finder enim.
Now the searchlight the Democrat anu nie was a national tragedy na chese mai mu nyina da nyanyabo ne wa hanu areho na atwen ni nyina da se Ghana esidi no yesika no a yede to ade wo montre so di ne ma de ye ne ma tuatu aka no yesi aswatia ba form so ha mu njemu no eye ahansia 600% enti beye vinjedu na 14 years nie said yesi atia ba form no ebi eno no wade osofo hwe oda omaisika krabia batia no Dr. Ernest Addison fo nyini aba spare parts dealers one no muton spare parts ahodo Ghana ha se no omuche so mani da koto mojumo ni abrepa ani bre soja sambre ko mwahia da ne nso omuche mu se aban si ebeyi omude omakwa fie nya no mo se hene ne ya se wunnim na wo so afo ahwe nkramantem so we ya wadu so beyi akwa demonstration bi ganganto wan bi a on president e bi e di betata so no mo akasa mbefa ye la wadi TB Joshua a wahwere ne nkwa ni fanyini ababetu ani maso ye Nigeria sofo pa wo ye sempaka ne science komchefo wanu die wo hu niam keka niam dachi asempo wo hu e de ka kire wo abrabom efinhie aduonum enso 57 years no nya ya wade atoran ewo ensie do osoafo no na hwe ngumasua so Dr. Yawose adutwum enadie wo bia future no enadie baabia befa bia wo gini din wo gini ho ntire ha papa eni se ngumasua yi wasi aban ya de papa su bi mada we eye searchlight
na wadi aba the publisher the Democrat yenim ana wadi Razak Kojopoku wadi Razak Opoku ne mfoni abetu ha ana wo katre aswafo ne se aya wo munyai enionyampe da bia wo mu pesa nkofo to praises edma wo mu minister wo ya de minister wo de wuni seso onko ana wo kro enti ya to praises ma wo mu anu wo mu tirimu ayi wo mu de no aya wo munyai na mom ya criticize wo num so a wo munyin wasopem eno na ye afezum lionfo eno wo mu plantie etrisia ya de ba beti ewiase nyina da eye world environment day no zum lionfo asase a wo mu tia wo num nia ewiase nyina esu adaya prophet TB Joshua ena anokura mpa Ghana black satellite for akwaje cap de ba ye papa na se nkwam si ye bewini ampa ya kwaje cap no ede ba ya mpa wato anananom ewonse ade ya basic school ya se nkwada no omugina class 4 no wo mu betro exam sibia ya se ya fra no NST na sa NST no aya national pre-tertiary learning assessment framework ya wo mu dia ba aya national standard test access curriculum standard ya wo mu person kwada no tro ebebua wo num da atepa ewo de Democrat your friend say Ghanaian publisher nim ha
oka eye ehumesua ho nsɛm die nra nsɛm a Minister for Education Dr. Yawse Dichimode to job eno ho enkomo de Democrat na dodo na eka ho asɛm ti anope ye de no hyase na ya hwɛ nsɛm no ebobo mu biebie mu na wetimi ate ase mehwɛ the Ghanaian Observer demenim or say we have made giant strides in education government and now for the new crusading guide we've made giant strides in education edutum just kwakwe yeah almost the same headlines in the diet the one krata mienu the Ghanaian Times or say financing of free SHS government spent 7.7 billion Ghana cedis so far from 2017 to 2021. It comes with a photograph of Dr. Yawa Duchum. Denim honum say na offer a Democrata the Daily Statesman or say big gains in education. Duchum says government is poised to do more in the sector. That's the Daily Statesman. Now the Herald Democrata and will say education minister has lost moral right to defend free SHS. APAC and what kind of say and offer publisher, the Ghanaian publisher, will say basic for pupils to write NST in November. Education Minister na ora Peter Anti director the Institute for Education Studies na yeneno ni sasemi eho enkomo enran semwa Education Minister de to dre sign ena wamonso wamogeno sign ena wo mu hu no ensem no bi yembobo hu anope Peter da asemo akwa baba ni TFM so anope
me do so bragodi
na umpromote saying
Yamiado Pachonzo
ye hu ye papa pe da se anope na enran semwa minister de to dra I'm sure say who follow tie bi ehwe ne course me boa the bankrata no be ensem no a womo kan say we've made giant strides in education che say yakọ enim yabo ehomodin eniema akese bi ho no aban baaye ometimi aye wo ehomasua ensem no ana education no mu sign enatema sasemi a minister kai
me that say yeah me just say no cry because education process nema education when also and its effect doesn't take just a day to realize into Obi Obeka say we have made giant strides in education the person is looking at the accumulated effect of the various policies and interventions that was sector over a period of time. And if that is the case there, then you would say yes, we are not where we used to be. There's been changes here and there. And in idea towards the position say we would want to improve our education sector to make it better and competitive for the global system. So we are not where we used to be. There's been a lot of investment in all areas of the education sector. Some cut across various governments. And some so about when the shasi or twice on kakra. Education sector na cost because it is the game changer. A sector to me put it in place. A bit transforming the country, for the better. Until we have done considerably well in the sector, but there are a lot of challenges and so on. As we go ahead, we will wish the authorities in say address it and also sir.
Okay, so you have challenges in this, so but send you only year so for near adjin abanya adjin yes indeed on my be baby ana ye wo mu ye ko ye ba bedu baby sisi an who say yes yetimi akoyenim dia na obeka se senior be a minister and the two dwa also o kasa oni ne adwin what will you say some of the achievement enti a woni aban adwin no.
Okay, so mention in totality reforms are also here. I think around 2018 I had a program, and then one of the development partners asked me a question. Said, "Don't I think that there are a lot of things that are on the plate of the Ministry of Education?" Why was she saying that? She said that because at that time, now curriculum reform, at the same time, now change the dynamics of the teaching council, licensing, a teacher licensing issue. Now it was very, very profound. Now you push it at that time. At the same time, now you convert training colleges into 4 years. So a degree. At the same time, now this institution I find in NASIA, which used to be a school inspectorate, school, so inspecting from supervisors, supervisors, no, so I transforming one. They said they are doing a very good job. At that time, that they were taking shape. Activities, taking some serious changes. At the same time, now Abaya implementing the full scale of the free SHS. Or share, say, obetimi, a lot of people want access to secondary education. Now you are doing all this at the same time, even those in the development education sector and outside the country, so it is something that was too much on the plate of the government. And as the minister rightly said yesterday, most of the times our reforms have been piecemeal in such a way, ebi a yɛhwɛ sɛ yɛpɛ sɛ yɛ transforming secondary school sector ne pɛ na yɛyɛ biribi wɔ hɔ nti wie a na bi akɔ akɔtaakye maybe TVET na yɛyɛ biribi wɔ hɔ but this time around if you look at the totality of the reforms now ne nyinaa comes together now targeting something which you would want to call say your improve outcomes and as a quality education. Now how do you get these things? So once you are reforming your curriculum, you are looking at what is the qualification of your teachers curriculum in the near. So now you are making sure that the highest qualification, which is the degree. At the same time, you're also looking at inspection, school management, and school monitoring. Into for check it out, making sure that once the students are in the school is in proper shape, the teachers are teaching, and everything is on top in that particular sphere. Already, we're eliminating the financial burden on parents. People have got access to the schools. And also another thing that you have done, which is very, very critical, and you are now going to make sure the teachers are licensed so that when the teacher is found to go contrary to the code of conduct, you will not just transfer him, which is being the case, but you'll be able to withdraw his license and prevent him from going to teach in other schools. So you are making sure that the teaching profession is more professionalized. And to put it together. Na say school no infrastructure teaching and learning materials then you are sure say the child is heading towards improved learning outcomes and then going to get the kind of quality education or better in this perspective, you will say yes, there's something good going on. You will just have to look at the implementation of all these things and make sure that the targeted goal, which is to ensure that every child access equitable, inclusive, quality education, it's really realized. And that is the reason why I said they are doing something good. We need to support them, and we need to push and draw out the challenges and everything that is coming with all these things. So that at the end of the day, Ghana schools, benefit from all these reforms when we put them together.
Okay. Now, so okay about challenges. How ni be a officer be a human see any etimico yentimi yisanya ma a bit me action a call ye chino. A being soon say.
Yeah, so the first thing would be as at now we still have serious infrastructure deficit. There have been improvements over the years, and this is not about this government. It's cut across. Previous governments have tried to improve the infrastructure of our school system, but still we have a lot of challenges in terms of our infrastructure situation in our schools, especially at the basic level. Again, another challenge, of course, the amount of resources are you pushing into the other sectors. So apart from the fact that we are doing considerably well with financing free SHS, we have other sectors within the education space that lack resources, and that is also another issue we have to look at. There have been considerable focus on TVET education, but now you will see that it is not that robust as it used to be or as it needs to be, and that is something that we will have to look at, because we keep saying TVET area baby you focus attention, but over 4 years, even if you take this government over the last 4 years, they seem to be doing something there, but it is not that glaring. And because if that is the area you really want to push at, then you would want to now focus a lot of attention there. By this time, okay, who said the streamlining, bringing all TV institutions together, almost that year, okay, yeah, that TV service, minister can watch and Kenya and Kokasa and Kenya fin outside a prompting and some be created TV service in Kawa. Yeah, that director general for TV, but within 5 years, they've not been able to do that, and I think that is something that we will not continue to agree when it comes to when people want to just do lip service in that area. We hope that we want to see more actions and more being done in that particular sector, and there are other issues that we can still talk about.
Okay, now so you can about challenges see, and run so Minister na Ankasa GB2 yes, there are still challenges with Oba the JHS, that's a junior high school. Still, there were enrollment issues with it. Ofa the SHS double track system, and also konkon honum sia and rakra no ma nya antie se eno no se bia ebe kokora bem se 2 to 3 years and tie hwek se bia coping be 2024 na no mampanyin ne kasa I think the 21st year nation address update on COVID-19 me na minka me fi se me ntiase ne se nka ade kura ye fi oni ne kan but still the double track system is still there. Ofa computer placement system is still your challenges with it who ensensem no I say yentumi so ano infrastructure ba ne school dan na no minim se foni bia na ekoso minim se hu bia Kofodia senior high nkodai wo muti nuase a ho no omo di omo dining there's omo ko dining Kofodia senior high technical so nine ne entutimi se ye ka se ye make improvement we still have even school under 3C ho no say enti the challenges are still there, Anna Peter.
Yes, and so make I say that we have serious challenges that we need to deal with, but it doesn't also mean that we've not made strides. We have made a lot of improvements, and some of these things, as I always say, when you do investment in education sector now, it doesn't quickly come out for people to see, and we share the various reforms now. The benefit of it will be felt maybe 5-10 years to come. So that is when we'll be able to. But there's a lot of challenges, especially with infrastructure. And I've seen a video. I think the students Vikra called District Assembly went to demonstrate because of the nature of their school buildings and other things. You always see some of these pictures and all those things. It means that we are having serious issues with infrastructure challenges. And as the minister said yesterday, it also boils down to planning. Yeah, it boils down to planning. So I think that going forward now, he indicated before some of these things, we start look at schools that need this, then they will be able to provide it for them. And I think that is the best way to go, because we cannot continue to allow some of these things to happen. A bit or near that kind of a good service, That's a bit a quebias no near. Not the day when you control the same exams. Say, then you should know there's no way that the performance will be the same.
Mimusa Sasim Wajincho and Unra Seosha, na minister can about Kofodia Senior High School DA. And I walk minim se ne kutia no obodia. Say okay, so Sanfoni ne beda bontino. Get fund the ministry Adauma. One more day empa beds ni akadia de kwa komom na senia infoni beda abonti an yehu sai se nkoda ne nya bebi nnai niam om de kwa komom na no mse ntwa video no mfa beto abonti na Ghana fo nyine hu se alice aban na fix sa ne man. I'm sure say what sanse mi ya no oka enra bra no press conference, but niam pese mbuso adwen oka bibi nso am fi se probably Ghana as a mine hawa your Ministry of Education say omo ye omo adwuma na so omo hwe ni ye. And they said, I said, Adiano, woman named se BBC in Koso, and he said, Premier Bireno, so who say be a BBC in Koso dia, Omutu anamo, and Posco under trees, no, a Buha no woman, and on one cassa sign a G2 Mukra said, one more cassa who say be your mom modern as ministry, because once I approve say be a yes, our school Hanum say, Munim say school no cry, no. And kwada no mutiduase edan omutimi kura ne nye enso Ghana Education Service Ministry omo approve ya giatum se school bi wo hanom sin a enkwada no sua de ne ne kaka ho intinka school no ya ewo eduase kura den Ghana Education Service nke anyintum ye nka se honom kura ba school, but we allow some of these things and ekoswa na akwa se obia eni ndie kire ne ka ho. What do you think say esi etimi ye na Ezesebia, we have to tighten monitoring, supervision. Now we bring some of these things to the attention. And as I say about my attention, but omonya hoje say ene abe for social media nti e ba beto dwana ye kasa ho ana fidie oh yakwaku yetu ho anamo
no credit unse I think he rightly admitted there are challenges in terms of how GES itself have not been able to being forward-looking in terms of providing infrastructure for schools. But you see, the problem basically, the lack of supervision, and then the inability of supposed supervisors to send reports through the reporting chain to the highest authority. What do I mean by this? First, from circuit supervisors. They are supposed to visit the schools. Now we call them that is the National Inspectorate Authority. They are supposed to go to schools, visit the schools, make sure that the school is in good shape, make sure that teachers are teaching, make sure that everything within that school is working. So if I am one of the inspectors, school inspectors, now me go school way, now me go to school way, this is the structure that they are. Of course, we should admit that Director General can school be the way it's here. There's no way he's going to do that. And that's why these inspectors are there. So these inspectors are supposed to now go to these schools, present the state of those schools to their district director, who would onward forward it to the regional, and maybe then it gets to the national for them to know the state of our schools in the country. And this is something that has not been going on. That is something that has not been carried out to its fullest. And that is why there will be schools somewhere the Director General will not be able to note unless it be a media be application and I say will be able to put it on social media. So this is where the missing link is. Now, if you look at what Dr. Ampedu is doing with NASIA, you can see that they are being very robust, and that is one of the areas that some of us are very interested in and we are watching carefully, because they are doing a lot of advocacy, they are doing a lot of sensitization about the need for schools to be registered to ensure that schools are up to a certain standard. Now, when they finish with some of these, the regional tour that they are doing, I'm hoping that down there, the school inspectors would be given the opportunity to now go around the schools and then inspect them, because there are certain things that are supposed to be in the schools. And if those things are not in the schools, they would report to NASIA, and then NASIA will be able to communicate to Ghana Education Service. So this is a way we will be able to now know, say, this district, this particular town, there's a school there, it's under tree. This is the state or the status of the school, and then we'll be able to do something about that. I'm just hoping that they will be able to do their work perfectly, because the missing link is from them. They are the school inspectors, and they have not been able to get this information to those up there, and that is why we have some of these things happening. But I hope that as we go forward, this particular missing link will be fixed, and I can see Dr. Ampedu do a lot of work, good work in that particular area.
Maybe sabe nsem yenu na mejao anope nia me pese me di kan ebisa ejina ye so far sika ye de a share free SHS no mu 7.7 billion Ghana cedis. At you saying
Brother Simeka said no money is enough for education, and for us we think that it's worth it. We've put a lot of money there. It's just a token to transform the human capital base of our country. And if you are somebody who is into education financing, education economics, you will see that these are investments that you make. Investment like they say asasina udia koko no na we discuss no sa pepe na education so tie we discuss nipa mu the nipa no ebenyi now go to education and the benefits no eba nem ono ne so eba na busuan so na ebi atra akọ omomo ben ni the society and I say ne man nyina. This is not enough money in the education sector. The problem is you are putting the money only at the senior high school level. Okay, you have challenges at the basic level. Apart from that, and baby, I would this kind of air banner, and yet baby, a affable, and baby, bring back at a finite, they say oil revenue, you need to and yet stable because of changes in the world oil market. Inti ne papa mu anka ube bomwadia pe baby a ube nye sika si eye afebo betimi hu se se mpo se o man no che ne se den krampo na External education is very important to us. You will still have money to be able to sponsor or support this kind of intervention. And as a policy, and no, you move your why. It's in the yaka. Any and we will continue to push that because we know that the investment we are making in the sector is very good, but almost 50% of that investment from the oil resources. So what happens if we are not getting the kind of money we need to get from the oil resources now? What happens? It means that this intervention is going to be in limbo. It means that we are going to now take money from other sectors out. They equally need the kind of money they need, and they would also be suffering. We don't need to get to that stage. That is why some of us, we've been talking about sustainability of the policy from day one. And sustainability will come from our ability to finance this policy, irrespective of which government is in power, irrespective of where the source of financing is. And so until we are able to do that, this policy, very good, will still be in limbo because we wouldn't know the next source of funding for the policy, and it would be difficult for us to maintain or sustain this policy, looking at the amount of money that is going into it. And this is a discussion. We would wish that there will be open mind about this, and then the government and the minister and all those in the sector in the authority level would be open mind about this, and we will have a frank and open discussion. So that at the end of the day, it is a policy that you person a tossing, a person a cost. Then we should have a sustainable means of funding it. When you talk about the National Health Insurance Scheme, then let's have a National Health Insurance levy. So now we know that there's a constant stream of income a certain kind of coffers. You see, and what source of income? Black with share, seniors, NHIS in the state is here. Not free as it is a young nimble, the scanny fee. And we say, oh, you're not the idea. Not say, oh, everyone, it's kind of quiet. And you find your coffers care back. Once you when you be about who probably know what's up. When I just saw bed done and you now say, hey, you can you abandon me and 12 years. That is not a conversation we would want to get into. So let's start thinking about sustainability now. And for us, it doesn't matter the amount of money that we are putting in the sector. It's more about where is the money coming from and is the money sustainable? Is that source sustainable?
Bakwa me ebisa ni ebe twato asema no so de to dwa minister I can say ye de bibi ba e friend no National Pre-Tertiary Learning Assessment Framework. Na no ye wo ba friend no National Standard Test NST. Na enkodaya wo basic 4, that is primary 4. Ye baba yo mun so hwe bi ejina 4 R's: reading, writing, respect and resolution. Ene ne keka kan sa NST a abande bay. Unti ase o hone sen de ntina nkodaya so mo tworo bibi sa ena identity kura so ne fa ye primary 4 for no.
I think this is one of the most important interventions and as a policies are. And some of us we are very happy with this. I think I will share your education levels now. The only time I national assessment, abufrana actual or control BEC. Into abufrana problem class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. It is only at the school level. And sometimes at the school level, no, if teachers want to be to me, abufrana performances, most parents sometimes they are not so much interested in the even report to cry, but parents will be interested in the report. Akolana reports are ever. Inti abufrano you be who say, hey, akola we onyade enkoye no na abufrano BC watro we nya 99999. Then you have there. Yet to say, we should have done this, we should have done that, we should have done that. Into we share the new assessment framework now, about ministry alongside the new curriculum now. What they sought to do is they would want to assess every child at 2 level intervals. What that means is at basic 2 overthrow, basic 4 overthrow, basic 6 overthrow, and what to JTS2. Into all these levels, and it's going to be a national assessment. I have to also indicate that we used to have some of these national assessments, but now sample in the first school there 5 or district region the first school be 10 aye na nation wide say na throw BC and I say what you know, but this is going to be a national assessment across board. Every child is going to take part in it. So at the end of the day, when your child, when the exam is done now, reports in the generated report, you know, where we are of Ubenya school Ubenya teacher ni Ubenya district education Ubenya regional Ubenya and a national so it will be. If you bet me share compare, I didn't tell school way, Kualano, na school way, and Kualana Yadia, I didn't tell school way, Kualano. So you see, we will be able to get a lot of information based on that national assessment now. So for us, it is something very good. It is something that is welcoming. It's something that we will need to pursue and push a bit in the Akoso. I think that they are doing class 4, basic 4, because of the COVID near because the papa more share a framework now. Say class 2 4 year, class 4 for class 6 4 year. So some normal year really out to the curriculum na more. But I think that because of COVID, many changes in the academic calendar, they would want to start with class 4 and see whether it will go like. My only challenge, and I have said this several times, is that you see, when you say you are going to do a national assessment, the new curriculum comes with specific standards. Into your standards for class 4. But because of COVID-19, we say more class 4 to see and almost class 3 almost class 3 curriculum. When be a school, what the government, the ministry did, the Ghana Education did was, okay, let's push them to class 4 so that they will go and recover what was supposed to be covered in class 3, and then they top up with what is supposed to be covered in class 4. So technically, more class 4 to see they've not been they did not finish class 3. Most of the time on more class 4, it is class 3 curriculum are part of and a part of class 4. So we are thinking, how is the exam going to look like? Is it going to measure the standards at class 4 and after it's going to measure the standards at class 3? That is something that we will need to ask the authorities for them to explain to us. Because if it's going to measure the standards at class 4, then some of us, we are certainly sure, the students have not covered enough content based on the standards in class 4 on exams in exams class 4 standards. They have been prepared enough to write exams which fit class 3 than in class 4. This is something I will have to ask the authorities for us to know. Another thing is to ask which body is going to conduct the exams. Is it the
WAEC?
And after NACA is a curriculum and assessment agency, Ministry of Education. I didn't say WAEC. I didn't think they WAEC. I didn't NACA and run this kind of exams. Is it because they don't have the capacity? Or so we should understand some of these things. Again, we should know the framework through which this exam is going to be undertaking. And in terms of what should be your exam in the severe market, is that what we are going to have? Or everybody is going to sit in the school and they are going to write in the schools. Now, if they are going to write in the school, it means that the invigilators are coming from the school. Now, look at this. If I'm supervising my student, and at the end of the day, I know that the results never ban a bit in the school now. I hope you can imagine what will happen. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying that Sana just want to be you, but if I am supervising my student and I know that the results never out, and at the end of the day, there is a possibility saying school into the limelight. I can say, oh, we are the pan, and I said there's a possibility say, Rebecca said, oh, we are the cry. Now then, of course, school here. Not me, and I'm supervising my students and school home. No more, we are me, I'm here. Let me say, you have to have that.
Now, Peter, I mean, besides the same way you, so we are, and could I bet basic 4, at least for now, in Tiasian say primary 4, and a babetro. Now, what can be about said, a to the beer, your train, time and could I be a mean fancy nationally, assess your say beer, modern bonnet to say a basic education to GHS. Now, Babako senior high. And maybe a senior high Babako invest in yes, and Yamanyama way. Na engineer be a beboa. But the show say, oh, call GHS, and I insure an uncle Dano Cochron. One more BBT say math, one more science, one more English, social studies, and in fact, said, with the marginal core subjects no crap.
Okay.
But nia enkodaya omo primary school 4 no omo ba betwro no yes reading writing respect and resolution at least saa na mehuno enti saa niama bi sei no minim say respect ye twro ho so we GHS a basis no minim say omo twro bibi on friend respect minim resolution minim ade kraye enti adenti
respect no hu we
say niama na omo kan no so am say 4 R's
I think about creativity,
okay,
which is the R is from creativity. Yeah, and then another R is from, so we have reading, writing, creativity, and then arithmetic, which is from another, which is the last R. Yeah, so it is reading R, writing W-R, and the second R. Creativity, the R in a woman, the third R, and then the last one here, arithmetic, math, the R in a woman, and the last R.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are doing English, literacy, numeracy, and then there's aspect of creativity. Also tested the child's ability to think and create things on his own. And then the last one will be the child's ability to write.
Okay. And we no say na be ye won ti ase wo ho ne sen say be promotional exams. Say bi akoda no tworo na se wan pass ya. Won ti mi nko primary 5. Ana sen so far no dia na nim e wo ho no so.
There be any promotional exams. I think that if you look at all national assessments in other jurisdictions, it is supposed to give feedback to the policymaker to know where to do an intervention, which area to target and which area not to target. Basically, if you do a national assessment, you are just gathering information because of the type of curriculum I implemented this time, which is a standard-based. You want to know whether the students have been able to attain those standards now. If it's almost attaining those standards now, then what you have to do basically is to now introduce an intervention which would be done in the next level now. Into those people no reaching those standards, when they get to class 5, instead of you concentrating on the class 5 standards, you have to grant them that opportunity to do remedial teaching. The teacher will have to do remedial teaching for them, and then make sure that they are up there and then continue with the class 5 one. So it's not going to be for promotion. It's just going to be for policy assessment and analysis purpose.
Okay. Anope da se papa nyamisha Peter ne Auditor Audi amaya anope. Right. So Peter enti opinion or da I first no and when you din komo e wo yen sema enra babeto dwa Dr. Ya Osei Duchum, Minister for Education, or they be update on education matters so far. Sending see echo and humansia honsem and no and common be an idea, but that's why Jina human so and common any other issues not yet the moon common dia brem wajinche 05037217440 05037217444. Now Dr. Clement Apak, Honorable Member of Parliament for Bulsa South. Was also a deputy ranking member of my education select committee or Mrasebedrim. No any and como and someone about Betojay. I probably may have to start off me man akwaba. Dr. Makwaba need FM so. Now for so papa. Na where dear near that Democrat the Herald in him and na me de beshas yes education minister has lost moral right to defend free SHS. A pack. But you can be say now can see and the now can say no.
You are absolutely. I'm say na we trade mono. The Rubon Krata na be ede betuja. Sa minister na the was or share the woman sia so no. Free SHS aba wono na ebi enimu. Present na po akodi minister for energy. And Educhum, I be Minister for Education. Now, the Fiachamuno, now I'm Deputy Minister for Education. At the Rubo Kata Daily Post, I did a tuja, so on my own Shemu, and who said, Minister no Edenaba Alco private school via
one Herald Democrata.
I have no question. What in about Aqua School be a friend or international community school I wo Pechi
number 2.
Kumasi. And almost friend so mention my dream. Now was so and the Crepa said minister now. It was or Shema free school Diaba. Now I touch money in a year soon who say I'm correct. They be almost say the air cano. Among some politics and a program no a course of 14. That's a bit too dry. Now, ye to me a confirm, say, or the Neba private school. Now, I'm for now, public secondary school, dear. Then, no chance, on Niji, free senior high school, no, say the Tiano. And Untina, or the Neba ever call private school. It is a nona, Megina, so a card, Mekano.
Minim said, no, I would see any some of the 2 journals, as him way by. Now, to quote him, this is what he says, and I quote, I think politics has taken a new low. My son should never be a part of my political career. And secondly, I don't have a son who is old enough to be in a senior high school. Suffice it to say that I have no further comment on that. My son is not old enough to be in the senior high school. End of quote. What's it? Politics is here, the baby akwa kudu pa ni. Na eba ne se na manyosem yi chese me banso oti ne ba bi ye de ni wura ye me amanyosem a me ye me political career me ba ebie ni ho a me ba enyi nu bira se oko senior high school mini akoda bia wo senior high school entinia metimi akanen nya okay to say
media me nin cry me ba public accounts committee workshop tibinyanya de okan no thanking kind meaning say enye wenkwa no kind baranya bia no enye me na me chro yo enye me na me nhwehwemu no daily guide daily post any herald ana the omori achira me na me sumate no say boboba minister na say woni ba wo private senior high school mu a say nyina okroma most of them are central. You be answer no. So I said, "They make na." Me see, word. Me man kasa minister na bana ya so what? What they saying? Private secondary school bana so a bema because minim. Dia nkata mwa mutro nkata no. Kaya no. Me be ya no. Na minim say me ama nko school but. Bibiara ni wa ebema mekini ye de said your mom kan no enye no kwe eti enye obi na ya politics ono na oya na politics because nko pese ode assembly ekoto bebi a was ekoda first of all no was so to me e ka kire say ne ba no nhwe say na we di the be na wo no nyama na man for to me ho calculation e hu say de o kana ya ne kwe as a over because we never was secondary school class ana mini o nyanka ahweo ati is that waka me ji say omo amoye nhwemu omo de ba omo bisa mi ameso mi yi ano no o mesa de bibia betudwa enche
well so minim say bia wutie ni nsem ni bia na wakenkan kakra ni nsem o de tudwa any your initial comment on ni nsem no de tudwa na memo akwenya na mebusa say say watia senate ma okay.
You can ask me specific question because I wasn't there.
Okay.
Press statement, no. But when it comes to matters to do with education, no. I mean, you need a question. Be our bit maybe submit me here. The one can who did say I was saying memoir every young side NDC, and I say baby I mean to name say Sana Samritiano.
Yeah, starting for double track and some of the 2 job double track say 2 to 3 years away ni media not just a double track ye if you know say indeed or can be so man penny crowd nanka double track no 5 to 7 years but now woman she share ni nyamom de go akwan mu no womo gidie pa say mfiem no de ko be mfiem yensa de na double track no school ni nyina ejai won say kura no enye Ghana school na SHS ni nyina na double track bebre enso single track sisi a eni de ka ho Sana Timau.
Yo, me that say. And a say and school be a Ghana and a year double track. I know quite a free in Pitiasiana. And it's important. We saw kind of sign as a wound name about Cosamna. Now, quite say ABR. Omuno mwe di juma ama schools ni bi any double track. That is not true. When the double track was first introduced, 2017, Abraham Mobile introduced the Fishna school na yehu sena nkorana dosu. Inti as a stopgap measure. When introduced the double track. At the time, the board chair of GEF said 350 schools. 350 schools out of the 721 senior high schools in Ghana and they practice a double track.
I think the figures was more than that, number.
No. 350 were practicing the double track.
Okay.
The rest were not practicing the double track. That I'm only telling you what the then board chair said. I can't say any correct, but I'm building a point.
But okay, let me tell you.
In the Parliament, me file a question. 2020 asana yeko to abay nanka was a minister na po ene be ya no but was any deputy ne oye minister ene obe ya no. Dr. Duchim said on the floor of Parliament, and I have the answer and the records because I posed the question, that 381 schools were practicing double track. Theo, we are going from 350 to 381. So if we are going to go by that, that means that even within the period, the number of schools practicing double track has gone up. It has not gone down. And more to the point, so we share 2021 budget now. A Kanya community and to me, and my main jintum say the minister cannot beat me them because Onua can say president, say 5 to 7 years, and on maybe double track ne so. But the kaya president Eko Kumasi Kaboa Pro, or radio station, to media. When he was asked about this educational system and double track, he said that the double track would end by 2024. Before that, Vice President Baumia, when he was also asked, when he addressed the nation, engagement now, or say, or my achievement at that time, 106 was 101. When he was asked about the double track, he said it will end very soon. And I pose a question as to the definition of very soon. Is it a day? Is it a week? Is it a month? Is it 2 years? Former Minister for Education, Napo, Onu can say it will end in 5 years. And our current minister, Onu can say it will end in 5 to 7 years. So you can see, sir, the minister is now trying...
Doc, Anibia, I'm saying, pay crime or harm, my boca. Say, woman, Pini, 21st address to nation, that's COVID by ni update na no demand. Say, no cry, no bra, announce somewhere in January about reopening of schools, I can't be said, and we no double track.
Very well. And also, no, it means I know correct. And which, and I'm Rebecca say, Omo first year. More first year, say, any final year for no. Omo dear, in common double track, no. Now, more year 2, no. And a bell double track. And I mean, who can say, year 1, year 3, and 1 more year double track. And the point I want to make is, so we share the double track now, is as a result of inadequate space. Third dormitories will be on Koran better. Dining halls will be on BDD. Classrooms will be on better nursing idea. Laboratories will be on the science, not my experiment. And I am any better anyhow. But the principal issue is the issue of inadequate space. Between 2017 and 2021, so I could share budget now. You pass for 2021 now. On one case, they have initiated 1,119 infrastructural projects between the period. On one case, out of the 1,119, only 539 have been completed. Look at the time period and look at the number of projects completed. 539. So back in 2018, by Parliament, say a man to me, now on get fund in Kosia, securitized get fund to take a loan with the intent that loan will be used to fast track expansion of infrastructure. And they were going to use those monies, to complete some 766 get fund projects young complete here dotted around the various campuses. And then to add new infrastructure. They describe that in the document, and I've seen the cabinet memos. What documents as critical infrastructure to address the infrastructure challenges system no more a double track bay. Menu say $1.5 billion. Only the first tranche of $500 million has been disbursed, and yet there is no record. So those 766 projects, have been completed, and we have no record about how many new projects have been completed. And he said, Omoka said they are going to eliminate double tracker. We all want double track to be eliminated. We want it to end, so that a hauna at the Abba, Sanguarabeko school. Na oma kokda nafia bi na oma kofi akoda ndabe bre entumi ma omu wi omu syllabus say ebeka se nkwara embre school na oma kudu school because of the double track na wo ho ntino affect the academic calendar omu kodu ya se omu sambre fie ana so omu kodu ya na oma sua de be bosome ana se na wotwe miensa ya se omu sambre fie when no it does not allow for teachers, any schools, to prepare properly. And it affects them psychologically. Sort yes here. And I will follow no. And I did hard dream. So, Uba fear now won't name the ordinary by yet. Who pesos will be our library cry any books to cry any no fear. Now it's over school. Now also Ghana ye what per be why you shoot on the manema mano. Okodu school, yes, once I'm free, Bosumina Wasamba. How do you run an educational system like this? And the minister Uncle Kamen Tia, we have the best secondary school system among the best in the world. I mean, what is best about this? And government needs to stop talking and get to work. Oh, challenges to say, me mark as a program, it's a national program. Mraponon and the cancer, education free. Muma Banamashas here. Then you to say free education is good, it's a good policy. But implementation, no. One ye. Munjin tum. Say, teachers, no pono. They don't get a break. Go the corner green, but after the big triple track. I'm telling you the truth. The teachers have no break. Non-teaching staff have no break. If you are not crying, some of the release funds to go to the schools for schools to procure or they say perishables, 30% of the funding. No, it doesn't go on time. Headmasters have to go and get loans to go. No more free. The free buffer stock on Swaba with the contracts now. My party boys and girls. What you are not your dog got a bed $50. I bet they only got about $10. We know of records where I was said yes seminar across supply schools. We know of records of expired tomato paste. Any of the saying mackerel. I mean, look, let's be realistic and accept there are challenges. And let's look at the issue of funding. ABOAGYE, when him say, I buy a Bobosia, Eddie Finance, free senior school. And you know that many Ghanaians don't even know that. Because we made that
because yes, yeah, oil is Kanye de Yadi.
That is why we are where we are, because the double track system, no, which is a product of inadequate infrastructure. No, any inadequate food, they are all products of inadequate funding.
And your Bobby anything, Honorable, your Bobby anything.
Give me my final question, we need to know. Because or they say Eduboy, Minister of State at the Presidency, or Finance Ministry. Now say
Charles Eduboy.
Yeah, Charles Eduboy.
Okay.
He granted an interview to Bloomberg, called Bloomberg.com. I can even send you the interview. He indicated that government is going to float a $1 billion bond. And part of that $1 billion bond is to defray loans taken to implement social policies, including the government's flagship program to expand education, free senior high school. It is there, but many Ghanaians are not even paying attention. Now, say, Abna, Deputy Minister for Finance Designator, Betten. She also said the same thing. So it is very clear.
But say Fina, send your CHM, the Fino mo Quacobo, or yes, Umutusana man. But I'll see Omo Bobasian, which means a be a Adiom Meboa.
Yes, that's a Minister of State Kayano. One cassette we are going to. I think we are borrowing to pay loans. And account. We are borrowing to pay loans, which means that the borrowing has already happened.
No, but Honorable T, okay, I'm for T radio now. We are borrowing to pay loans. It's not the same as we are borrowing to fund the free SHS.
Article, no, I will send it to you.
I mean, I'm just trying to get into. But now can't see and I'm because radio Sonia Kase will be back. We are borrowing to pay loans. It's not the same as we are borrowing to fund free SHS.
We are borrowing to pay loans, and those loans include loans that we have taken for the implementation of government's flagship program to expand access to education. It is there. I will send you the article. It is there. Pepe. Because those of us who are in the education sector, from the onset, we said that we need to find a sustainable way of funding this program. We started with just slightly about 450,000 students at the beginning of the program. Today, we are in excess of 1.2 million. Next year, it is going to go up. So naturally, once we are going to continue say money there, every year I'm going to account.
Okay.
So taking loans.
Okay. So Honorable, let me read the way just to situate the conversation. Now, this is one of the news items. I think 5 days ago I picked online, published by citynews.com. Now it says COVID-19 caused. Person said the same thing. COVID-19 caused.
No, say Bloomberg.
But me some person who say be it fits into it because I say COVID-19 cost Ghana $21 billion. Charles Eduboy. Now, just reading portions of it. So the nominee for Minister of State at the Finance Ministry, Charles Eduboy, has disclosed that the COVID-19 pandemic cost the country about 21 billion Ghana cedis. The nominee, who served as a deputy finance minister in President Akufo-Addo's first term, made this known when he appeared before the appointment committee of Parliament today, Wednesday, June 2, 2021. According to him, 18 billion Ghana cedis of the said amount was funded through borrowing, with the remaining amount sourced from grant and the stabilization fund. In particular, the same thing and away a different thing.
Very different.
Okay.
Say Bloomberg, Bloomberg.com.
Okay.
And I'll be asking himself Bloomberg there. You don't go there and say things that you don't mean. Particularly if you are a finance-related person in the world. So I will send you that article. I've even authored an article based on that, questioning whether borrowing is sustainable as a way of funding the free senior high school. And I've made the argument that it is time for us to call a national forum to look at a more sustainable way of funding the policy. I've written an article on that. The main issue here, but I'll be
since I can once a Mimbusao, Minister Mayenya and TSS so far, Sika dia share free senior high school no 7.7 billion Ghana cedis up to date. I was saying a idea of Sika no Croatia. Sika 7.7 billion. Yes. Here, see, they share here, Humesium, and now there be a dose.
Coming Kwame there, there was a me a breakdown because I share the definition of free now call free senior school secretariat website. A different components. For example, your feeding, your exam fees, your sports wear and attire, your uniform, your books, and then the account. It makes it difficult for us to drill deep. I've even said, given that
there's some breakdown Ghanaian Times are publishing what I'm saying. So I say, speaking at the media briefing in Accra yesterday, the minister gave a breakdown of the disbursement as 2017, 480 million, 2018, 1.137 billion Ghana cedis, 2019, 1.6 billion, 2020, and also almost about 2.5 billion Ghana cedis, and 2021 almost 2 billion Ghana cedis.
That's not the breakdown I'm looking for.
Okay.
In terms of the allocations, I'm fully aware as a member of parliament. I know the allocations that we have made to the prisoner school every year. When they began 2017 and also, Parliament voted 400 million. The year after, 2018, we voted 1.2 billion. The year after, 2019, we voted 1.6 billion Ghana cedis. 2020, that is when the biggest vote was made in Parliament, 2.4 billion. And 2021, we voted 1.97 billion. So those figures I know, but if you add all of them, it is within range. If in case that is they have applied, but you must also remember, sir, when the Minister for Finance came to Parliament during the media review budget last year, the total amount that he had said was utilized for the prisoner school, it was less than 4 billion. And this is why some of us have said, sir, look, if we want to know exactly what is going on, if this government fully wants us to believe what they are saying, they should allow the Auditor General to audit any and everything to do with the implementation of the program from 2017 to 2021, so that we would see the cost elements, the cost areas. But some kind of class what can you think? But it doesn't make any difference. Let us see where the monies are going to, so that at the end of the day, so the bulk of the funding is going towards feeding or infrastructure or school uniforms or textbooks. But the truth is that I would argue that the funding available to the program is insufficient. That is why the students, the parents, and the headmasters are constantly complaining.
Okay. Okay. Before my comment next question, I've seen the article Bloomberg.com, and was it Ghana to sell sustainable bonds for up to $1 billion by July. Good. Now, Ghana is planning to raise as much as $1 billion through a sale of sustainable bonds, including Africa's first social debt, to fund a flagship policy to broaden access to education.
Good.
So you're right.
Go ahead.
The proceeds will help.
I got my PhD.
Hey, politician, what do you couldn't back? No.
You look, Aboagye, go and check my record. Check my record. I came from academia into politics, and I've not forgotten my background. I earned my PhD. Over 400 pages of a dissertation. Those making noise all the time, some with PhDs, ask them to tell you the title of their dissertation. So I try to put that. Some of us, when you're politics, when you want to speak and make a case, you research, and when you speak, you can refer people to go and verify. And that's how can you. So also, why should I mention flagship program? The next paragraph in that article, you read it.
Yes, okay. So the next paragraph says that the proceeds will help refinance domestic debt used for social and environmental projects, including loans taken to pay for the government free senior secondary school policy.
Voila.
Minister of State at the Ministry of Finance, Charles Dubois, told Bloomberg Monday.
Is it not clear that government has already borrowed to finance the policy? And see, the point I'm making is that in all of this, oil money, any loans, would not be sustainable. Let's look at a more sustainable way of insurance program. It will be there. That is what we should be looking at.
But you be count sustainable ways, no. And now who is that, me boy?
But for how long can you borrow? Because this is a recurrent expenditure. Every year,
Ebi say yemfa levy mrati say yewo a year for the health insurance.
And then you know your options, but we cannot reach that conclusion until we have a national stakeholders forum. And that is why John Dramani Mahama said that if he had the mandate, he was going to organize such a forum to review the program, including looking at a sustainable way of financing it. And it is about time that government move away from the defensive posture. Meanwhile, I mean, how can we do that? We need to, put away our egos and our pride and look at the reality on the ground and address the issues. For how long can we keep borrowing to finance this program?
Mamimbu sawe na yemfa nkomo si wa hanam saying enra ode ba konso to dwase aban di bibi ba wono wo frɛ no National Pre-Tertiary Learning Assessment Framework na eno no beboa me aye bibia eno no ye be frɛ no te say National Standard Test enkoda wo mo primary 4 basic school wo mo be twro so hwe na ehu so okay wo mo ko manim no sen na impuntu no te wo madesua no te na ye ntwen ya wo mo kodu eyi a GHS final year and nationally we assess them. Sa minim se bia wate ana first time out who ni say idea beboa.
Oh, I know as part of new curriculum now happen. And the new curriculum now is called the standard based curriculum. And as part of that, there are certain stages where the students have to be tested across board, across the country, is to be able to assess them and see their standards, so that if there are deficiencies in maybe numeracy and also literacy in or maybe science in a year, then those adjustments can be made. I don't have a problem with it because it is part of the new curriculum, and we are hoping at least the processes that would need to be in place before that happens, we shouldn't wait till last minute. We should start working at that on time. But I would have hoped that the minister at the same forum would have made Ghanaians aware or given us a timeline about when we are going to get textbooks based on that same new curriculum. Because almost changing, but they say curriculum confirm and to date, our basic schools don't have textbooks based on the new curriculum. I wish you would have mentioned that. Someone said, no, they were found.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure, sir, in the budget, no, sir, Bibi Omo can about Naka for you media Omo D so far, no, Omo approve a total of 956 textbooks for various publishers, no, Edi Hujumani in your account. Ebia nya unimfa sa nya man ho a omo kan budget in terms of textbooks.
They mentioned it, but I think all of that is an indication of how incompetent this issue has been handled. Because it shouldn't take us close to 2 years to still be looking for books for a curriculum that has been changed over a year ago. Maybe somebody slept on the job because at the very minimum, any good publisher, any good manager, any good entity should be able to have dealt with this issue maximum within a year. 2 years down the line, the government cannot still give us a firm date. The minister cannot give us a firm date about when they almost about 15,000 or so schools across the country, basic schools, won't be to me any books.
No, that's an opinion. I mean, sharp. Right. Dr. Clement Apak, Mrashebe Junior Juma, Bulsa South, Deputy Ranking Member for Education Select Committee, or Mrashebe Jumanope on education. I'm sure, Senra, because of the press conference now also by Minister for Education, Dr. Yao Se Duchum, has given us a lot of issues to discuss or talk about and pay our by way of education. Tina, in some common to do na ejina. We get into other stories and so and pay the one kratano in Sembe Bre wom in Sembe be diakotin news online portals. Come na bo ami near here in Sembe be and pay.
For your dom was to call the Bocrata Ghanaian Times. What the Aban Watra last week, Kurana, Kwesi Kam was some Namasokrame can be. What the Mua, Sawuko, Agavadi, and no to South Municipality of Water Regional. Apuasratino, na Boban Kakran, Wesu, Yanga Bibi Pempimbia, the betumia preventing, Sione said the Emma. Afedi ensuo no enkakra nkra na poasotene boba na poasotene boba oh na pempimo ayesi na bu na to atene enkakra nkra na pimba atedi na pimba fie enti ade nkakra nkra pimo be fie ma adampo be 100 de etiri ni nyina to agu eno ntinkwade ade nkakra nkra na eba he enua wo ho na ebu nnua ne gu afei ebu nnua gu wie ya ede na aka bio afei atia si cemetery atisi cemetery nso a afundaka na peja na de kɔ na enam nsuom na dihu na de kɔ enti cemetery wɔ kra de aka ba bi kakra bi na tese etiri ni nyina wie anesa afei ade nkakra nkra na eba na afei Sadia ensuo no esi pimba awo country south wono the bota tetrese anu ayedin wora Eric Nana at my prempe aya Director General Emma National Disaster Management Organization NADMO ena wotu America ko honum afiada no na bra wo koduru honum no in fact na ade na anu ayedin ofakwese.
Okay, so my enko so Honorable Abla Jifa Gomashi Mrashebe Junior Juma K2 South. Na sasemi time say kan semi. I've seen the videos be social media so and very this just yatete ahomete I don't know how to even paint the picture. Honorable Jifa Gomashi betimi aboa na we paint picture ni ye adi amaya no pay mami kwama no so na me mana kwaba. Honorable Yama kwaba ba Neat FM so no pay.
Me da secretary.
Na mpomwe. Oh, okay. We can Jumano. Well, so last week, I think Ghanaian Times, a Korea publication, near AC, near Kosovo, K2 South. I've seen videos on social media, one kasa, Kahone, Umpeso Asufwe, Din Komo, and Obia won't video, Ebia, and American, Obekaso Kwisi, and need to do. And Tiwawa, who may see na Obebuan, Wako Honum saying, Funi Nuhua, Yatete, Yahomete, electric post in Anshu Fano, a man for a Japade dying. There's a CCR, I say, Pono Aji, a Yasa Senocrafa. A baniseni bedusa, a yet to be away mupa.
Meda secretary me chair with telephone na all the car wafa asama to no so ebe ju me free mo
asemo say no dey kam ka sen ke be kan no we chire ho
usubanye to asama kama ya
usubanye say oba mi su
meda se pasa mo tie kana mo free asem na aba no me yini kakra ma bro 50 dia na me yini kakra ho but we are dia ato onipa a minya ni ameka e dia atre me man penyin ne na me ministers amoma timasepa show le pono o started so kana ho na ayi sam chire yan asibia no ye no Afibiano, why, actually, be kakra, Afibiano, actually, be kakra, empty. Ye started see the first in kakanka kakakri. Nanka, Meshese, the better Mashua, ya Yamana could do, Yane Togo for border. Almost so, Namibwa, one of Swaya was many a fan year. Na, but yeah, you see Kakanino. See the first, no, a preacher, young to us. Now, Mekai said 2017, that name, the 7-year Juma. And so now we come for HD said, making me a boy. One more friend in 2017, I said, you see, 2017. It will make a cover the entire half. We got two honorable attachment, any honorable security, as that time now, or yeah, we got two rank. One of my ideas is say, one by year, it's a dear man, a Jumanacos. Seminocus, Manocos. I feel we know. This is the second time I dare we is near MP, but near you know. And they said, me back a sama me mindful. It's answer would the MP. Young far or minus a criminal mouse of a juma. Your more percentage be. Percentage in the seminal can say, my.
No common fund, no.
Mamma, I shall say.
Common fund, no.
And no one can come in, I wasn't coming back. A young my. A bunch of men pick a cran ever. The Imuka Kama to a dianamic. The Imuka Kama to a dianamic. The who said Miss Mamuchre. They started to make customer mindful war. Parliament, they started to Parliament. As pressure or Parliament. The fair regional minister, the friends, we know what they be a cat. Like I said, regional minister would be enough creamy. As some of my mammy friend are of Bacata on suffering, they for whom you phone for the fact. It's a matter of battle. We are also in the moon, we are children. But we did it, we can't go. You know, only to me, I deny your being there to get me. Now, when they were not really, and not a policeman, Mr. Papa, family, then they spoke to I am me say the original. Papa, you only one, then that.
Ahumano.
Yeah, I yet, I'm with the story. So what? And see, what an now call one and now over. Who is that? What will call you? A Punaka, if you be back with you, a Punana will actually be a yes, no popular. It is a over what Punaka is that year. Desperation, between there's so much victory. What told them, you are rapping. Would you? Or mindful, Mr. I careful. Would have found a step over said that I ever had one. Now that done, will not be promotion by children, but I deny him. They say, not quite that fellow who come and actually wine and another pop to whom I must not be. I'm a nation. That is not the dear, the coach and I out. It's okay. A 100 years. That's the same. Which is National Theatre, Children's Park. Not a Puma for Quino. Panasa National Theatre, Children's Park, a Quino. I don't know. There's a hobby or general is here, electricity, pipe water, a cover, set a fuffle. Aha, not a damn Quino. The quack is showing the court. A quino sugar, a final sugar, and not a dark, a flowery kettle. In them. Or just a quina. Now we travel on the other. Now, and then you quite, yeah, it's one of money, you took my own. Oh, my coffee and Yama, sweet, Togo, a pop, Kumasi, Sunai na did. Oh, you know, you took no. And see, I don't know. And it's I said, you know, I say, also coming to work a kind of plan. When you are bed, Namai. Assembly also be almost very good, or to be my. Any so on, so I can't need to come. Consistent situation there.
Idea way, Ayana radio soon come on cry no. A man for who a be amphonina. Mimi send a mimi see who say Ayana. Obefi say be a ha any. But I imagine say be a dudona kebium diomini who and it be a send your home tear, a be a normal tina sisi and sure no ye. I'm sure people understand it more, but me sure say who ye ni obey bia. And I hope so no pain komo ya di ebeka aban penyin for man penyin na ado danko ekufuado. Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, me so roads and highways so munyina sade we me sure say do mabem. Okay. Works and housing.
Where the necessary.
Enti so far no unti bibia mfia ban mu ebia asensu roads and works and housing unti bibia
Wednesday na last one na me adom na me wo parliament na honorable asensu so parliament it me pray for actually ho na crack for no nketwa no ba ko friend man na me say yes see ya friend ya kan ni no or catch me say see earlier this year no the original minister ni MC no match on and you almost shania on the yamo and he mentioned my filing agent question in parliament say o mekania deport nia o mobile o mekanche but the young friend agent question your friend man but if you don't na me say not mo pinino ebe ko it me to free me come and be na me dey kind of funny okay but me man for ya man na company plan the so ma because so say not mo pinino or the plastic cups plastic pack base blanket and mocha and water every 20,000 to be abre oma not woman no more can not woman maybe estimation about 1,000 but MC met has so many 800 and we see the exact thing of more 800 plus but 800 plus but we have say 800 people farna I cannot the actual woman 20,000 to be but you they calculate now watch it and say only for the binya say and chama so many so e prana and you say no na be to solve problem but we try not to say at least for the first time no bibiamba for the first time no be to crab way the dana and sans never say e be review nemo only for dignity and it's what the thing actual no being cheap family. So as what I mean is teach me how to fish. Don't give me fish. Because woman is fishing. Now I tell me how I'm yammy. Say you're not the when you said whatever. If that woman not the who bet
yeah.
And people let's relocate the people. Continue with the so that the people can trust them. For how long can we give peace meal?
Right, so okay, man, tisa not move for bam and way shelter because I've seen videos now. A lot of people have been displaced. So mufie insui ebubuegu insuna. Inti wamo ba ye shelter and notice baby omo beda temporarily say ye be ma omo tent bi eno hu sam te sen. Wow.
The classroom is now. Colano, Kofi, Naya classroom now. That's what it will look like now. What we talked about, I feel big kind of you can say, a whole shop, Omobe, yet Panacomo, Naya temporary tent, a mamma, some no cassie. Yeah, she has it is school dynamic is the way alternative now. So, as a man, number Okama, if I say the quiet and this year, may you see me, Mamma Jama doing the set of community Natana, maybe 18. 18 million for this year of men so amount, man, and so more.
No correct. No correct.
The evidence of what Obia Yibia. Thank I was remembered.
Yeah.
And now feel like evidence about any DNA. It's the evidence of be percent or hand and now be percent or ma will be look bad. Maybe I'm more fun of Fabia. The guy said maybe another president really. But
Now, me.
The people need help. It is my responsibility. It is my
yeah.
We are deputy minister. Who will be also? Somebody is about me.
Yeah. Sure.
If you pass cry, a bit
yeah.
But I said, they're near you. May so be as so come. May help you for the people. They voted for me. I think yes, Obama, over 84,000 votes. A cornerstone. And when some doors, my man, so for my man, so come on, Fred, or just for what? What exactly will I be able to do? Yes, we are lawmakers. But then again, you are giving a certain support. Now, wait till you never for class for development for children. Does that mean that at some point, make a time? Because some sort I would say, me mindful, me president, not done with me so much in this show. A John and say, me didn't win your Ghana. 87 me come for so at Obama, me not smart to run a camp, Mr. Jimmison. Now continue with the seat. Near all your check upon the more Jane. Someone to pretend down. Me tip Aponanos me no. He sloop or not a baby. Me fear what Nano pay, me see with that. Me have such many woman. One woman to move out, it's not a I know it is a scary situation.
Immediately, anyone me no. Yes, Yabobo, Nyanini, shirt and in but what would you say immediately? Ade a wohia fi aban no te se usu afre o mampanyin na ado danko ekufo enimani me diem pa na unya ya na nka esi ewo ehonom se yama
enimani me relocate the people for me, buy food, clothing, and so on. But I'm quite sure we shall quite reduce voter regime. Exactly, number put 2 parliament about the stand maybe number 5 you see different. Because of what now, a cousin your boy had the year plan. The best station in the capital. If we just look on, or the corner of the check a 1 kilometer per hour, we can know you with me.
You can be brave. You can be brave.
You can be brave. Now, it's that part of the church to us, a family says that to save the road by fixing the sea defense. Oh, mommy, I'm going to be mindful. Why?
Okay, well, honorable. Yeah, that's the pay. You didn't come in say penny for so be TV na we met me aba mo. Nyame sure no penny edwuma so awobo. Right. Me that's see. Nyame sure. Beba. Why? Honorable Ablaji Fagomashi, Mrashe Bejuno Market to South and pay need 100.9. Me ni na know the same Elia o. Elia so we there. Elia boy ni Elia mama. Enti ja o de mini na send me pebre na maso tunuku me se da kofi na che na mako na kofi but I mean say last week you di ade we hu komo and I'm sure say omo mu hu foni no
Obakasi de ubota ano chise ebra nadmo for koyen omu relief items omu blanket plastic bowls and a plate cooking oil and bags of rice and 20,000 Ghana cedis yen manimi ya nadmo for say omu njina omu mfano say ora ajima prempe nadmo director and omu koye no fa kwesi omu tese ya homete
I mean, come on, so come on, Mimra. Who can add more for Ubo Mudin, dear Ura Seji Saji, Deputy Director General, my National Disaster Management Organization, the Trinity Canon Nadmo. Ura Seji Saji, that say Mwakaba, Neat FM Swanope. Edin Patro says, Sanity. May that say. Now, Penifua, Nadmo Penifua, I say more call ye to South, now can't be me boy. And yet, boy, ne chat infonini chair ni decline because radio show yana ya yen hum fonini binu yana kwa so okay oh na say we there normal thing we nya dia say na ko hu na tie.
Okay, me that say first of all me the in chair ma uti na
tie for Joseph
oh baby and I remember my basuma chuma pa moye
it does
get to south asami asama wo da Ukraine, that area so na me free. Me free get to south particularly but me free Keta area.
Okay.
Me kuru ankasa ye keji.
Okay.
Na Keta area free and no through Keta area back to south and yani Togo and Portia no. That area ni na oho plano. And activities all over the world, including climate change no. Nsuonu ebibiba asase no because me kaipa say iswa no so by now me fear me ni working by now miles into the sea. So yeah I shot here for so long but over the years no I buying a started say omu kwan bi so aso ano and any see defense abeba bibaya yeah across the country and yeah ensure say from a lubu through to Aflauno there are areas that's the move to see but the point is when you say see defense here seriously capital intensive and yeah so areas be so particular area in question kasa found be do be friend after Gavaji, you could be a friend of Salakofe, and another town, your friend Amuchino. Now, a Gavaji, Salakofe, near Amuchino, or Hona, Usone, Diabupa, Ama, Asafia, between a Pono, any lagoon there, Wahono. Ninya sure, sir, who take the love, maybe drew, by 5-10 kilometers kwampo. So akasa se tie bia ewo ho. And normally zone activities no eya edidi asase no kaka but sometimes yakasi na tidal waves no ba na displacing conformably. E ba sa no na last 2 months or so and I started here. And the local level at the municipality, some not more activities. Kaka normally
to him speak na. First of all, the area no say ye bo modia say ye be try say ye be rescue nkofo a ebia they are stranded and apart from that no so ye cost year assessment. Nyama o me here immediately. So local NADMO at the municipal level, any municipality in Ankara Kakra. Later no most send here say, well, baby, you may I do no man holding no after. So this ye be wow. Until yes ye baba ye home, eko boama, ye ko share immediate meet. Me see say reporter back wabupo and yeah, seminar any mosquito coil anyway na one count but your boy in na no yet be comboa omo e kan tidal wave saturation is here no.
Okay.
So in short no and no means it seems that not no the yen yejumati to no say any other agencies be collaborate akobwa nkwankwa omo ana omo affected by disasters. The issue of a long-lasting solution, Emma Adiwin, ASS, sea defense, no, on better also. In sea defense in phase 2, back, but phase 2 no and started yet. But age money in no and no dear and share not no as it be, and near share Western House and near buying as a whole last.
Okay. Now, I'm say, Bakwa, and pay any honorable member of parliament for K2 South, Edin Komonami Bisana about because shelter wasem say bia mobile ye and I'm call ye mo the tent ni nyama bi sa ka ho betimi omo am ye displaced womo efie asɛ nsuo ne bubu omo dan agye dan no aboso ne ne ka ho no wasi o bibisa entimi no de we hu bibisa minim how you are sheltering the people omo a titiro mu fie na sɛ no
there were various methods and various ways this is yepe the dear betina for the meantime amount it been our boss with the set no. But normally as we work we gather experience and experiences there are peculiarities to certain areas. 2017 this year my were displaced with me. The time but in Kofono tent muda. So thanks no go home. Oman dem go prepare. Omo busia for madam for China die. So this time the air say ya pembe bia ya friend safe haven. Normally ya demarcate areas ya friend safe haven so that the BBC na immediately unya baby man for na udioma ko for the meantime. And normally they be a penny open big areas. It is a sorry dying, maybe it is a school dying, maybe it is a your friend social or cultural center, a youth center, a bank, or yes safe. And I will Yamakaka here to make sure that the place is be protected. In this particular case, your team earlier work identifying a school safe haven now. Mintin a year come, yadi mattresses
okay.
Mosquito net yadi mosquito coil yadi bucket, yadi plate, yadi side yama ebe mo masiti mu ho na high ha mukaka yadi coil. So you request a tent there, you fan coco. But as a temporary measure, safe haven on bedam any classroom. You want a classroom no. During the day, Kolano school hot. But just after 2-3 o'clock, school no point. Now, Oma converted home or baby for the meantime.
Okay, all right.
Assembly in so MIS almost yes share almost baby just across Ohono when I tell say a poor and I say Kaka and a lagoon so what the other side. So you go to share lagoon any a pool fee. Now small island be a wall lagoon main chain home. Assembly no share on base so that on base to me temporary and the medium term locate a dinuma alcohol. On also yes I go to man and I any almost stand common so
I don't know since how the fee area honum saying mimu sasa mu ise no kra se ebi se omo anso no yemblem omo bi na omo tu anwea wo empona no saa ne we ka na over the years ama ensuo no so ha adwen no minim senya bi kan senate
ni adansie ya menim se oho ubesi dan wo ho a unkope anya wo ba bia oho because pano anya so of very high grade because material no ne texture level no very strong binding material ema cement any other aggregate into who see die wo nkwa dia ni nya sure say for ekofa anya every baby eba but the feel say for their own personal domestic uses and almost anya ho and I don't think that number so intensive the problem no baba climate change issue no a very big issue ama this problem I'm talking about is along the whole coast. You sure what you are done there no what the view takra there no what the view lubu those areas are almost a big problem ama climate change activities the volume of water in the sea is increasing. Activities of construction of harbors, they are building cities in the sea. We call other areas in the world that a bit reclaiming part of the sea. Now, those activities is pushing the sea. That's what the sea, I wouldn't say. Water will always find its course or its way. So, sure activities of local storm and along that area, so who say there is any massive fund winning company here or just if they do I have not seen it yet.
Well, you better ask you pay na yeji omu ha. Nyamisha ne edwuma so mo bo. Why? Right. Seji Saji, Deputy Director General for NADMO, Anope, need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Sunu Asiogwe. Yes, I know. We'll comment in the shortly. I'll get into that one as well. No, my king can be Eddie Amamu, Monfanche, me said, so said, Adiano, to so sa, Yako, Nimano pay, need 100.9 Ghana Montie Jumedi Sunu Asiogwe. Kabana, behind our do Susia.
Kwesi Medru TB Joshua. Oh, of a question. Nipa o baby ko. Na
no be say I sorry for no more dada na ye wo ha be di be nansa umbeka say TB Joshua sorry.
Of a question said ye asam no akone de eyeden so be sorry. Say last month ba ku ye. Eno so yes o be sorry 1 month ni.
Pano we no.
Last month sofu baako enso wona popular sa wono nso wu.
Okay.
And na bem say ofakwesi minim baako ma send ayi bia ma o check hwa. Bem say yes baako nso asa wu enra de chin enyi. Enti minim ne ekoso Nigeria de but kamia say ano ya yede. Abusuafo da bokrata ahodo ni nyina de asem kro no aba. Na niame kasa wi de ewo kratafa etoso nsia wo teleguide watasa papa yi waya sofu penipa Nigeria de obia nim no se ni dia nkasa ye de wo maame no papa de to no aye Temitope Balogun Joshua na sa Temitope Balogun Joshua no en wo mu twa ne tiafra ne TB na ye di Joshua no asoso why Nigeria charismatic pastor osaye a televangelist osaye philanthropist ononso no ye founder Emma Synagogue Church of All Nations squan onu ansumpo na woye Christian mega church bia ekoso ewo Emmanuel TV ye wiase nyina ehebie na sore no enkrobata bebre ewo wiase afa na nyina Ghana ha krampo wo asore ewa ha ya wo no June 12 1963 entinkefe na obedi ni 58th birthday eno enanka 12 June ya oba bedie ɛna afɔfie anto ata wagware aba mu yi na yɛtɛ sɛ papa yi n'anum wɔ na ɔkasa wɔ n'asɔre dɛm wɔ ɛno kora mpo ɔkɔɔtu Amos chapter 3 verse 7 ɛna no wɔde preachie ɛnti ne preaching no mu a ne nsɛm wɔ piepie firi mu a yɛ sɛ obi a na wɔka sɛ bibia wɔ ne brɛ ɛwɔ brɛ a yɛde wuo ɛkeka ka ho nsɛm a na ɛdɛbɔ krataa sɛ bisa no wɔ yare ɛna wɔkɔ akɔgye ayarehwɛ ebi sise enti nsɛm no bia ɛbebree ba ne tie twemu ane sɛ wɔwu akurade a nkwantumi nni wɔfa kwasi TB Joshua yɛyɛ dɛn a ɔkɔ
Temi Tope Balogun Joshua, passionately popularly known as TB Joshua. Enra ababeto dwase watwana nanmo nsiedo. Reverend Isaac Osubempa, founder Glorious Word Power Ministry International. Reverend Dasimo akwa baba ni TFM so anpe.
Yeah, jo papa na tise.
Nyame adaroma ye ho ye papa na me awrehiem se won so ho ye.
Na me adomi ho da pa.
Dasi. Mini ubedi nkomo mi nhyɛ ase mfi ase minim esanse mi nhyɛ dan follow into detail minim sɛ afibia akɔ na wie ya ɛyɛ wo de prophecies nyame ɛyɛ nsɛm a bi ebetumi esisi afi a yɛ ba bewure mu yi ntia bia 31st night ɛyɛ amanfo ni die kyire papa na minim sɛ bibi se no ihu yɛ de to dwade a mimusa sɛ Ade a no by prophecies 31st no ana.
Yo me that. Na me shra, na we shra ni pepper me tifu ina.
That's amen.
Say emra. Emma masofo no etwe madwene si so. Say say bibi say pie wo asori dem. But 31st no mo die man kan bibi sa mo TB Joshua.
Okay.
But me catch me can say asofo bi ebewu provocation bi pa ebetri eno de me kai but ma mo asofo kro ni din enti man ka se TB Joshua bewu ana bibisa enti no me kai say prophecy bi by Nigeria so for penny pa bi bewu ba ma mo TB Joshua din
okay
enti ubisa me a kakra me ni pa
okay.
But me man who is TB Joshua Mumbi, and your man who, and a man who suffer cross. And one say, a radical catcher me say, suffer penny be, suffer be a what we are seeing everything I feel that was Nigeria, and not Penamekai.
Okay. What ye na sena yao se prophet TB Joshua free me.
Nyanka Sankasa, also for TB Joshua and Katano. Me tell them do the physical that. Now me make the baby after kakra. And I can be bar out. Me di the real movie. TB Joshua. Eba be program be wo Ghana ha. Na speaker no me come. And I believe that time no. Sorry, tell me about radio. I'm doing some for the frame. And we can say program na TB Joshua Babayan. Revenue Empire so speakers no. Enti ye from say microphone program asono omo expected. And I'm just catch almost say nyamia ni nya crack e dey free. So for TB Joshua sorry. Let me invite me. The program be our Babaya me come. Intermediate me program be asa. Then say no I need TB Joshua so for no ebe. Enti am almost ba out. Am I the dane kama menka. Emma say ye kasa wo radio no so Emma ohima bimpo ebe didi matem ane so ye TB Joshua empen 40. Enti am me can say our program na TB Joshua ba bayem. Omo be kono mo nya careful because any platform ebe wu program na. Enti ebe ye sana media me no mi taso. Enti obe ye program no am pa bibi chesi mani pa fu bi.
Wow.
Enti fi ho kono mi ofie e ma
Mr. A plus. Mr. A plus, yeah. Or no penny, every band is see. The TV don't show us a person on the make. Nekwana minima de kodi am person on the make. So mo be fie. Into penny pan free TV Joshua. E ma me ne kasa mo ka say o person ko ba Ghana na oba be start. No permission pa no hu bi na me de me ye. Oh, the internet ni Facebook ni social media na nyama. That was the first time I mean TV Joshua kasa. If you are coming in and kasa bi. You know, so some TV Joshua sama. In fact,
that means one man mesra no.
In fact, no Debbie.
Oh, okay.
In fact, I can't swap a swap best rameno. Not for the time I may man of time another. But near me, meant me a man time no. A plus, yenny A plus. Ghana this year, Mr. A plus, and only papa and buy. Papa penny pa. Oh, Ghana have on the buy. And was sitting to try the small so ramen chain. Now, dear, Mina man and Cabo Peso Babeslat. You know, or Busan sent to Bremen Omra. Can't tell them you can say, many opinion best I said you may have be a day. Into my said that man a specific time. I want from that. If you are Montini can be into Kakra meaning the TV goes for Hono.
Okay.
But me who the physical
that. Na TV Joshua beto dwase we free me ensam no de bebre na so de ni ministries na nkasa wo mo announce officially e wo your social media on networks no so ebo Ghana for amane na nsam no bi epie fu mu baba kokra che se na sa na sofo ekura no wayade mu anansia na beye bosumi kura be mienu ma yesi okọ Turkey so okọ akọji ayaresani ne ka ho na emu nsensem no Nigeria nsɛmtwerɛni bi ase efe no Sandra Ezekwesili aka nsɛm bi a wɔkyerɛ sɛ ɛyɛ TB Joshua wɔyɛ obi a na kyɛ sɛ wɔyɛ irresponsible na wɔso wɔyɛ nyame nipa no ɔmfa nyame bia ɛnyɛ adwuma ɛmfa nyame ɛmfa nante ne ne ka ho na wammoa ɛyɛ Nigeria fo ne n'asɔre mma ne nyinaa nteteɛ ne nkyerɛkyerɛ ne bi a wɔde ma wɔn no koraa no kyɛ sɛ ɛyɛ ntete bɔne any exploitative profession or can any toxic. Just say I say one more mukra poison ni mika poison na say be any drew poison it will be oti no and yes for any near kaho but masem bisane yes and training asemi a work can say papa yi aman for yade I say omuko hospital ubehuna omuko ye TB Joshua honum say omuko akwaje ayaresa ye beka kura ye man panyi dada ye atamils ni company fo bi Ghana twetwewro mu nyina bon se we ye so onti apo omuko TB Joshua na enti won se training ni ka se na wo yade a wo amanfo beje anointing oil ni ne ka ho wo yade a so ko Turkey eni ne ka ho yi sa sami ya subo a ebi no mo de bomo asofo eni ni atu TB Joshua ma ebi kasa se enti ni nyame no wa he nyame antimi anje no ni anointing oil ya woton ma amanfo yi amanfo etimi fi chirichiri ni benche na womo kosi womo akwaji ayare sei na papa wono so yade a yesi yade ne kotaki saa subo yade mamu yi dia na kafa on ni
yo me da se pa opinion say efa so TB Joshua sem the imagine say men kasa wo ho ewo radio so but ye wo obi ono mo premier min tumi en kasa tabe menene nkasa obi ti say wo say eni dia me wode man nti sembi ono ma frame kra na ana mi radio stations dey frame back menya imagine say me kasa afa
yeah that's in sure
Mr. Despite ne father ne said ye mene motini said ye ni dia me de man ene ye ni akabana man mo no nti mo frame ya I have no choice I have to say even something
yeah that's
can you try anka I won't talk cry the thing say sabi credit asa so big kasa when bi so no men TB TB Joshua ho because nyame pe na obebu aten ba mi niya ma bi ba enye nsem nyina na aya na meta se meka ba de atene se so hwe nyame asemu a Bible said Elisha oyari yare. Na Elisha so obi a ewo nyamsum no obi anim said na nyame sa won so pa. Wono na Elijah mosra bu pe ni mu eba ne so no. Onyane Shunammite ni eba onyane tabe wifo ema owu ye kra no ni dom pempo enyane obi a wawu aye ni fu enyane obi a wawu ensentrani a sefa Elisha so ye no na ehu pa na obi ti say Elisha mi yare obuo yare otimi yare a yare ni ku Elisha abro no stand for yare esa obi a na woyɛ kwatani a ɔka so nkɔkɔda nsuo ɔkɔda nsuo mu a opie fi nsuo mu na ne ho atɔ ɔwɔ saa deɛ a yɛ sima but ɛyɛ yare de kum no enti obi ntimi nka sɛ sɔfo nyare ɛfɛ sɛ meka ma obi ate asɛ sɛ asɔfo no so yɛ nipa o adeɛ ɛtumi tu nipa no ɛtumi to sɔfo nkwanhyia ɛtumi to sɔfo ɔsɔfo so wɔ nipa honam no bi mogya nam ne bi yɛde adeɛ ɛyɛ na ɔte ɔsɔfo bi a wɔatenka bade nyame mu sra ɛna ba sɔfo no so na mo sra no ɛne nyame adom no ɛde sɔfo no ayɛ nea a ɔno awurade pɛ sɛ ɔde no yɛ sɛ de ne yɛ wie a ɔyɛ ordinary human being nti wɔte ɛte sɔfo no ase yesu kristo bere no mu no na obiara nni sɛ yesu bɛwu agye nipa at that time but nkurɔfoɔ faa ne sɛ papa yi ɔyɛ nsɛnkyerɛnne a ɔyɛ anwanwadeɛ ɛna nti na yɛde wei yɛ no wontumi mfrɛ ne nyame ma ne nyame nsane mfiri soro ɛbɛtwitwa nyɛ no ɛma obi koraa kaa sɛ wona woseɛ sɛ woyɛ agyenkwa a wogye nkwa baabi a de nna sɛ medeɛ meyi tumi wona aseɛ sɛ wotumi ɛne agye ho na bɛgye meɛ enti yɛka so ɔsafoɔ sa ho ɛ enti mu obi nyɛ ne sɛ obi yɛ sɔfo ne nyame ho sra wɔ no so na ɔbɔ mpɛ nkurɔfoɔ ho tɔ ɔmo a ɔno deɛ ɔntumi nyare no ɛnyɛ saa ne ti wɔde kyerɛ sɛ so nyame ma wadom ne nyɛ wo dea adom yɛ nyame dea ɛna ɔde adom wɔ ɛyɛ adom yɛde adom wotwa so kɛkɛ bata nyɛ wo dea enti wontumi mfa wopɛ nyɛ nsɛnkyerɛnne agye onyankopɔn pɛ so ɔde yɛ nsɛnkyerɛnne asɛ na ɔde wayɛ sɛ nka adom ne yɛyɛ deɛ adeɛ a ɛne ɛso nti yɛbɛsɛte afiri fie na nti yɛhyira yɛfiefoɔ asɛkora ne yɛde asi abɔnten but obi ɔbɛn wo bɛtumi ayare wobɛbɔ mpae ma ne ho ntɔ no wobɔ nsa abɔnte so ne kura a wonim ne da wobɛtumi ayare saa yareɛ na wobɛbɔ mpae ma no bɔsɔ saa nipa no ho atɔ no sɛ sɛ nyɛ wo na woyɛ yɛ awurade ne ɛyɛ enti papa wokusaa me a yɛntumi mfa wei mmɔ tv dosua kɔ adi saa de nti na nkurɔfoɔ kɔ a ɔbɔ mpae ma ɔmo ho tɔ wɔ mo no ɔno deɛ ɔyareeɛ no ɔkɔ hospital mepakyɛw me wɔ me personal doctor ɔsɔfo biara a wɔyɛ nipa a ɔdidi ma aduane kɔ ne yam na ɔnam asase yi so ɛwɔ sɛ ɔhwɛ onipa bi aso yie because onyame no wama osunsum ɛyɛ onyame tumi ba honam ne deɛ ɛyɛ wo na ɔsɔ ɔbɔ ho ban ɛno nti papa kusaa me a sɛbesɛbe mpɛ aduasa tibi Joshua deɛ ɔka ɛnyame nom ne nso mɛmpa menyina ho but yɛntumi mfa saa deɛ wei si so mmɔ no kɔ abi sɛ ade nti na wɔsa nkurɔfoɔ yareɛ no ɔmo bɔ yareɛ no ɔguyɛ ɛnti wɔntumi nka saa nti papa wo kusaa me a ɛneɛ Mose sɛbe ɔno kora wɔwi ɔhu saa deɛ nkurɔfoɔ bebrebee te sɛ Noa ɔwi ma ɔhwɛ adom a ne wɔ Noa so no a wohwɛ soro sɛ mu a nkurɔfoɔ a wɔbɛwu a Abraham laka ɛyɛ Enoch ɛne Elijah Abraham mpo wu enti no sɛbe owuo ne yareɛ deɛ wontumi mfa nkyerɛ obi sɛ wei a wo na woteɛ sɛ wowɔ nwosra wotumi ɛna asɛ asɛm yɛato ɛna na yɛ nkurɔfoɔ sɛ woyɛ odiifo a biribia na wosɛ wohu ɛnyɛ nokorɛ woyɛ odiifo a ɛnyɛ biribia na wobɛhu agye nyɛ onyame pɛ sɛ wohu ɛnti odiifoɔ bi ɔbɛka so wɔde ɔhu no biribia na ɛnyɛ nokorɛ obi yɛ kora na ɔbɛn paa na ɔba bɛdi wɔ mu na ɔbɛsɛe woyɛ odiifo wonhunu da Elisha ka asɛm bi Thelma Shunammite ni ba no wuyɛ Elisha sɛ wei deɛ nyame de sie ne Elisha no ɔhu adeɛ paa wɔ sɛ wei deɛ nyame de sie me na manhunu ɛnti woyɛ ɔnyɛ biribia na abɛhunu And to my young thought I deal with mass of war for you.
But so for
virus about now to me one permanent free as
Ebisa. Okay. Watch it him come about that. Said a man for how any nyomo chene said. A ya kwaya mo faso amoye no. Muma wa mo so mo gidie ne say okay. To me I said hospital no cry bi abekọ no. Engosra no bi anointing oil no ene empire no. Ene mom cry say no di kan. Wahu ni ebi ana me fanse se nia okase wa personal doctor yi niam ne bi ho no mu a ene me kan ma sem so okay from physical to ebi spiritual enti you sha se no ahwese ebi me hote sen but impre bebre no from spiritual to physical enti nipa no ni tia ne ya ba onko hospital ni en check hwese ebi den ne eye osode ya ni tin kura ya ne ya no no akọ asode so for nsum impression so for creating nyina ne kire se asode na waba no. Yes, nyame be sound yade. Ense se bi asofo be ka chen se da bi. Ko hospital na doctor nhwew. Na ohwewa ye de mpaibo be taa wechi. Rather asofo nso geno te senia nipa no ubetu no fukura se da bi ko hospital na ye de mpaibo be taa wechi. Ye monnya ne saa. Eno ni ade bi kaseti ase prophet TB Joshua saa ne ade amanfo hu ni se okay na etie. Ho nye hospital. Nkofo bebre ko ukreti na masani yade enti aden na odie because nsenko obi na woyade stroke ne yade ne ba ya nka abeka se o sani yade ma ne ho ato no ne ka ho enti odie ba ne sen na wo die ebeka wato ma obefemu a obewu
yo da super but the thing say you would say nyama bebrebe wo ho no a sunsun bone eketiri sunsun bone ene de ba ya wo yare bi on me sunsun mu yare ana yare bi so no ma ya honam mu yare yare ye sunsun mu yare ne de ehia sunsun mu djumadi ehia sunsun mu akwantere ehia sunsun mu paibo ansa na sani pakro no ne ho atini ato ana bribi so ho no mu a epri sunsun mu na ba honam mu endian sta na honam mu no nipa no beto no ade so di ka pa mu sunsun mu a wo de sa wa haw no ebe nipa no so a apie honam mu no so mo mpam sa sunsun no a breki sunsun na pri nipa na bra bomu a honam mu no ade na ye yare na sunsun ne dia beto nipa bia ne so no enya de nipa bia no ne ho beto no enti kwa bi so ye ma mienu ye hwe honam ene ye hwe sunsun ebunti no ni bom di ni bibie ni wo sofo so wo bom pa ya mo bi o yare ya wo bom pa ye ma ta ni pakro no a sunsun ene honhom boni a wo de yare ne ba di pa no so wono nam pa ba wo ba ma no onyame na dum so ene ni tumi so apam fa sunsun na ti di pa na brabo ba honam di obe nia medical treatment abomo ena e bi ni pa bebre ntia nti mi onsu be mpati obi o mo ba me nten na o kana yare ya be hwedi di be me nhu se sunsun bi ne koso sa yare na ka to se for hospital ba o hwe no na nyame ya wadom ko obi oni na hu se sunsun bi ene sa yare na chi dia ene o so mba ne direction ene mpaibo bi a wo bebo am no a enipa no ne ho beto no enti no ya woni ma bebrebe wo ho no ma wo se yati ase because papa so big hospital men onya yaresa onemu ne se sunsun o de yare ne bre no ya amono a yare ne be san be bi en terse no bi be nya yaresa no se sunsun bi na de yare ne ba ni pana bra bomu a ye ni kampam sunsun no ansa because papa yare be ho no ma ahombo ne de ba yare bi no ma enia duro ahombo ne de ba because many kunu so bi o ba bom paye ama obi e ne kra de ne bi o ken ka trust no a yesu bom paye estanko to bebebe yare but na se yare Tio, yesu bom paye estanko to bebebe yare o esu peta no ni yesu Kristo nam a yesu Kristo esu afori na o na ye o peni no na se yare ni kwankura na se no ne ho fa so to no Yesu bompa ya ma obi ama nipa koro no toro no Yesu ka te nipa koro no se menko group menko abusuafo nchen menko abusuafie kana branch ne twa ni awurade ma membra medi wachi on ti da bi mama medi mechi so nea ma ya ma no kokobọ ehu de wuro kire ntofo amenti na Yesu aso obi yare no ka chen se medi pa ko no ko ni kuro mu bi mo okon onu na busuafie adintra let us say yare no e wa ase nti o yare bi ho no mo a sunsumponi na bi tuni paso na yare bi so ho no mo a eye aduane e bi kura na udidi anajo nti bi nda agesti ye e bi a wo nam too much na bi a enam kaso ama omi bia no wo ha bia be wo ye nipenti and wo hia physical medical treatment nti wo bia a wo yare bia no se ye di mi gu aso de se e bom pa ya ma ni bi ni mo ho no mo a enya mpaebo on fanko hospital e bi so ho no mo a enya hospital wo hia mpaebo the papa busamia enema mbimu saashene
Anope nyamishra yeda papa sofo
nyamishra also papa
right Reverend Isaac Osu Empire founder Glorious Word Power Ministry International anope need 100.9 Ghana Montie dwumadi su no aso gwe yanji de obokrata baako na yenhwe ensem baako mienu bi epie Occupy Ghana for the krata bi epie abontin wo mo kasa om si Occupy Ghana deploys 1 ton disregard for public safety enabling another potential super spreader event. Last week said John, ne ye no Occupy Ghana for so kasa be di ho nkomo but ekua yentio
Jona me the graphic democrats no eba na animu ase no di orua ken ofori ata waye osoafo no na ehwe oman sikasam eso na oda ha se ya waji na ata fitia wo chese wosoafo no ahyase ene Ghana mabunu kasa eji adwenkyere abisa won se adwuma bɛn ɛna mo pɛsɔ mo ɛyɛ ho adwene ɛwɔ mu etirimu na amo atimi aboahwɛ na sɛ adwuma no abam na yɛde sika aso mo asene Ghana mabun hyehyɛ no ɛda aban akoma so ɛno enti ɛna ɔsoafo no etu saa anamo no wɔkyerɛ sɛ sika aban atwa ato wɔ mo a yɛde ɛboahwɛ ama coronavirus na no abrase ɔmo atonidini sɛ alleviation and revitalization of enterprise support after the tia friend second no ayo batampa program eno efa COVID-19 ni ho a aban ade aba na say 100 billion sika ene hyemu nti no ese Ghana mabunu dodo no anya bie na eboa momusu ade bie biemu enwuma eba no sanso a na ama omasika sem no apagya akonanimu enti miemie ahodo mo ehwe animu a ombetwe sembabunu no betimi ade omo ahyemu no ebi eyekuayo ebi yadwadie ene fididwuma ebi eya akwansra ebi eya adansie abodie mu nyansapɛ nimdie ene sikasam totoye ahodo no na omo ekirem se Ghana mabunu de betimi aye ade amomo efiri aba no nche no eye sikasam muwa anasa sikia de beso omo asene na afesu de omo afantetiem na omo nya skills na anase omo anyansa no adwuma no hunhumu na amomo atu pon akomo anim orofori ata edi nsemwe atu dwa ebra na wone graphic democrat anu edi nkomo ewo tamale wato asu ebiem ese se eniema pa ban edi aba ni ehwe enyumakuo ahodo mu gina omo edi emma eye emabunu te se Ghana Enterprise Agency omu nada wonmo entrepreneurship and innovation program omu nada nso ejejina wonmo omo eboahwe ama emabunu ejina omo national sikasem afa ne ntuma perfect se de Ghana mabunu wo ni sradinu bi fa adwuma ho anade akwakoda aban no na aban no atimi aboawo
na senior midi kama munyante no Occupy Ghana for the krata bi apie a wo kasa fa na otwetwe mu se John yi sakawonu wono wo koye yedi hu nkomo ba be kan se nyama e course wo hodum se ntwa yi aban sode a wo se obi di ne dwuma se o da bi COVID-19 no be se amanfo enti empese nipa bebre e be wa pe so ye ne aban ya adwen wo hodum se but ni si wo se John yi ase na bi busa se ebi busa se en na no me kan se ni aban kan na je se koye aban dia ekoye omampanyi ebia eni MPP mo amuhu ne dia eno de mutimi gye musa Occupy Ghana for the krata bi aba omo kasafa ko abono to for mine
ayi akoye ayi atata kwesi na ntietie so adosrade abusuafo asam ne yatiawa Occupy Ghana for trese wo mahu videos ni bi ɛna ɛde bɔnkrataa ne photographs ahodoɔ a na ɛtɛgu ɛwɔ New Patriotic Party politician former chief executive forestry commission of Ghana owura akojo owusu afiri yie ya enipa bɛyɛ sɛ mpempem ɛna kɔbɔ pee so wɔ hɔnom a wɔn kɔgya asɛ John kwan na saa video a na ɛtɛgu ne nkrataa mfoni a wɔn ani ehu bie no sɛ wohyɛ mu a mask no koraa deɛ enipa ɛhyɛ bi yɛ ketewa bi wɔn aka nyina obi anhyɛ bi social distancing deɛ yɛato atwene koraa no deɛ ɛnka ho koraa aban restrictions a wɔde baayɛ ɛfa yie ho ɛda baabi koraa ɛwɔ ne nan ɛnso sɛ John yɛ obi a na nko ɔyɛ nipa a wɔti ne ho nipa na nko ɔmo nhwɛ sɛ saa deɛ wɔ ebesi wɔ n'ayi ase na saa krataa yi meda ɛtɔ so mmienu ɛna dwumadie kɛseɛ bi kɔɔ so wɔ Christ Embassy Fantasy Dome ɛwɔ nom apani adimirika yi COVID-19 protocols no wɔn abusu o aban hyehyɛ wɔn de aba no wɔn abusu protocols no nyinaa da nkyɛn yɛn kwate wɔn mu ɛna mpanimfoɔ di mirika kwate wɔn mu ɛba no politicians ne aban deɛ a kɔtɔ deɛ ne bɔtɛ nyanya nkyerɛ deɛ ɔmfa ne ho nkɔdi saa deɛ wɔ yi wɔn ntumi nhyɛ ma ne nkɔ so saa adeɛ no kɔyɛ asomasi deɛ ne yɛfa yɛyɛ ɛkɔyɛ ɔbɛnten deɛ ne no problem ɛno a ho asɛm no wagu so a wɔɔkan galamsey yɛsi yɛtu aseɛ excavators yɛsi yɛsi no yɛkɔte ansa nwan yɛ a wɔno yɛ China ni eduru no so apɛyi ɔno deɛ yɛnya no ma no nkɔ ba Ghana adehyia bi wɔ no mu a ne yɛsi wɔ mu excavators na yɛsɛ wɔ no mu nneɛma enti saa asɛm yi wɔbisa sɛ COVID-19 no ɛwɛn wasa atoa so sɛ Christ Embassy foɔ deɛ yi yakwati nipa akwato Fantasy Dome mu ɛde nipa akɔgyina kɔɔto bɔ no kwadu ɛna ano Face Ghana protest foɔ trɛ sɛ wɔn bɛyɛ demonstration na nneɛma bi nkɔ yie hey na polisifoɔ akɔgye nyansi na to so ada yi a yɛse COVID-19 ɛwɔ hɔ nti COVID-19 wɔ hɔ ɛna sɛ ɛdɔ ayi ase pɛɛ ni.
Well, Occupy Ghana for Kratana Kwabna Bono Tofadi Amayano. Now, yen sign call Prophet TB Joshua. Watwana nan Monsiedo in Comono. Yen kodi bi na yeba share Accra Sports Stadium and run you see no in Fonibi. So get ready and join us on Facebook. We'll be showing you the videos. But Prophet Nigel Gazy, leader Maya Prophet Hill Chapel. Na yenene nin komo ewo ye TB Joshua. Niato noi Prophet Yada Simu akwa baba Neat FM so anope
kwesi mejo so mechia watie for ina mechia pain bia otie bia mechia sofo bia mechia masafo mba nyo bia
so what is Prophet TB Joshua e free mu no na saying na etewo
again kwesi mechia obi message ya nita for my phobia message ya message for so ben pai kasa mechia no mechia odi phobia all mine obia mechia na there I was speechless and na me drive ya ko radio so akoya sorry and me me ankomeda me san mechibium KO FIE and no akwa is affecting my service mentiment preaching me my different person be preaching. Wow. And it was very, very sad. But again, it was sad physically, but spiritually, na me nyame dom obi bi ohwe me church fair December prophecy and all monitor my service.
Of course, if so need you maybe no so e wo honum say because I've seen some of the stories flying around said o make o kan any the account but adentina e affect you physically to the extent say no went to me and preach as they said your mentor wouldn't know a what chaka be a diabenti and a man a banasano.
See, many people crowd now me and me I think say apart from a spiritual father, apostle KO FIE, any prophetess when it's a binding. Prophet TB Joshua was one of the men of God that I always pray with, I always monitor and watch. And Obi Bia or ye a different Juma, Obi Bia or ye spiritual man or woman. So Papana, normal radical you cannot afford to love him more. You cannot afford say you celebrate him. I mean, to raise such a general, to raise such a prophet, it will take Africa years. It will take the world years. It will take Christendom years and years and years and years and years. It is a colossal monumental loss to the body of Christ and the world at large. I'm still broken. I tell you, the environment did you cry? I'm still broken, and it's such a great loss to the world.
Interestingly, I was just reading one story online. Nigeria journalist B and Samuel can say friend Sandra can say Prophet TB Joshua was toxic and exploitative as far as a year nasode ma any a year what he sought or church a man for when he said no nante wo Christ mu particularly Christ ababe to dwa say okachire obi say bia ono yade oba nchen obema anointing oil and now man in cheche bi un kan chen say hospital na be to dwa Christ almost about 2 months ago they have to fly him to a year Turkey for a year ayarehwe ni kahoni nyina any sembe some of them I don't want to mention on radio ni kaho but what TB saying obi can be saying to say from what O Pinty about the man of God.
Lady no cancer no no me na nasifo hina ye no me. The reason why oye no me and again it boils down to the black community, the black race. The no na me kan wa sorry say adena brofo asofo no they live long. Adena brofo a friend says of paying some back. Over Roberts. Why do they live long? So for paying call Israel we Benin, they are still there. They are still there. But other in Africa, those who have special gifts, they are often paying for no. They die before their time. So for paying, Idaosa died at the age of 57. It's because Africans, when God brings out gifts, yes, come on, we say things that are not pleasant about them. We kill them before their time. And not na say Papa was 57. That the age can break me down. This man, I think that he has died a death. Maybe in the covenant we win assignment, we bless God for that. But I feel that Africa, especially with the black Africans, yes, say a D4. You can't someone look at this. And I mean, who you mean, man, about oh, little girl, Abrabob and Wabo, sa journalist, no, sa no more Ghana D4. Nia when ye so why, Nia one kind of why, something it's me bomb pie, different me bomb pie, say, a radime fan and call. And it's all cost of bomb pie and a radime fan and quite. A radit me, it's in a D4, and then na so for Nanan and Kwa. Na wabe form we forgive that lady, but for me she's cursed. Kase osia then it omutimi buy kase omonko omunje stakers in the oil in the I don't do that. But as a sophobia and a mandate. As a sophobia and a mandate. Sophobia being su or Bible or sophobia be mantles or Bible software idea software means supporting idea any Bible. But say Bible dia I support it. Temperature OTS here.
Yeah.
And every human being must know, say, on an answer for Empire Kana. You so some dear, and your own name dear. Me and Nigel Gaze, me a prophet Nigel Gaze, but me no me true. Temperature OTS here. It's now reference for some time. My pump, my
do you do the same? Do you do the same thing? Do you teach or church members the same thing, sir? Or you encourage them?
No.
Not to take medicine, but come for prayers.
Never. We Kwesi, no rounded and wedded man of God who teaches members say members no enemy drew. I mean these are basic things. If I be enemy drew, Obia no drew. Like I was saying, my pampa ma pakakra. For the past 1-2 weeks, almost the draw brand may asate it has started growing. It's never true. Like I said, I saw for you can't say so how can I suffer teach say or we are friends saying men call hospital, men call no, it's never true. Jesus if you could have Peter fear, Paul no fear could have now you for be honor. Into these are things almost can egu asori no ehunfi egu as a different one as a soft one hunfi. No man of God are in the sort of the name so or a man of God. Ebe jina wakasa and members and kwasa that be. It's never true. In contemporary and that grace it can never be.
Just by the way, I'm not happy with you this morning. I say be our kind I mean, so for Bekanya where person pempem bepa adai.
So stress. Now they're Ghana for me. Crazy Ghana for me. Young man, I give to a actual man Ghana for him. We've been used me as an example. And then Prophet Nigel I say, and then Nigel Gaze is woman come. I mean, what they are even saying is not true. What they are even saying, you know. So they are saying, I'm young, but I mean, the stress is too much. And they've been out here, papas of paying TB Joshua. The stress is our generation kills their prophets. Our especially because if young people in dream, I don't know as a professor they live long. I didn't think of the live on so for paying Benny in the cell alive way Nansana paying funny be echo quiet papa TLS born no more. I didn't know more live long because in their setup in their area no yen sell yen stress almost so much. This is Nigeria for the accusers of Prophet TB Joshua also Omoniaji. I think that he's there to let them feel better. And now why you say, and now why you say, Ankienya fight for Prophet TB Joshua in our time. One who was more philanthropic than Prophet TB Joshua. Look at the inspiration he brought to all of us. Look at a no man or man who time. That the Americans as a Prophet TB Joshua and Yankopono fake there. I want to be without God. I want to be without God. Into the black race, no, yes, say it, dear. And this is a lesson to Yakano. So we should be pleasant towards our men of God. We should be pleasant towards our leaders. We should be pleasant towards the men and women praying. It will take years before we get someone like Prophet TB Joshua again.
Okay, let me just number this question be bad. Me pese be mubetwin be brainty. Yanko nia yate yakenkan be no cresse yes nyame yi kireo. What is say me the two dra can say yes. Bibi say be see TB Joshua.
Me pachane, me sad was new beauty. Me 31st December, me prophecy number 7. Me prophecy number 7. And I think it's around October last year, me call nyamienim. And me call nyamienim na me troye, and nyame catcher me say, pay him be sabi with me I coin it. And now my tem the DNA attacks the one paso into I coin it. And I'm becoming more mature than first. And come back kind of say me say and see me can say me nyame family come last year 7 prophet say I see a famous man of God die, but now mean only that man of God. I see a famous man of God die. Now me say Nigeria so for pain, you know. But again, okay, you be do what okay, you be I say nyame family social concept President Rollins be. Can you imagine the Prophet Nigel by out? Because I say straight away say President Rollins be. It be could be an ababe to me. But on man in can yen tie before because the prophetic is real. God is still speaking. To be fair, me and nyame family so kind and abem is unfortunate.
Minim but minim sem prebebre no nyame yi nyama bi se nkyere mo ana we so ke yemo ho mpaye yenye bibi na ebia yentwem various and I mean fancy famous quotation am tese Ghana for cap God refused to redeem nti nyame yi kire enkwade na chese obeyi efisa ahwa na na titi no mu minim nyame yi kire wo no dia na mo ye fa ho eno amase oke yemo mpaye ana ba se ebesi nia ye de ensa asa akoda ese akoda obewu o se Roman father kotokom kura ne botom kura obewu nyame asem waka na ebesi ana de ne ye fa ho
kwesi me hu ye no me bo ho mpae me prophecy dia me hu e negative me bo ho mpae san covenant on it nti na minim say I did not see it again, but last Saturday me we all night every Friday be me all night it's me we all night na me koda na nyame ba me no be so me die deep and I'm a sound who be into me who and normal me no or me die soon and I'm a vision. Me who say if you permit me, Bibia I see I saw say man join him Ghana or man join him Bibi better or man join him Bibi better no. And I'm a sound who the same prophecy say Papa TB Joshua and was me who nobody in life. me enye bibia na mpese me ka because of opinion na me hu bibia life it's nan ka me say me be ya so Sunday that was enra me edu prophetic session na meka and around there 1:30 a.m. Ghana time Sunday no and I me say so I was so broken down, but I feel say he has fulfilled an assignment. I feel that regardless of monumental pain that is causing all of us now, he has lived life while winning souls for Christ, and he has made and left a legacy for all and sundry to follow if you want to follow. And there are things the Bible says, and yet the years you live, Methuselah, so many years, but he didn't leave any legacy apart from his encounter with Abraham. But Jesus lived for 33, and he has left a legacy. I mean, it is eternal legacy. So I feel it's unfortunate, but he has fulfilled an assignment. How many men and women in our time can rise to that level? So we celebrate him. He's a saint, he's an icon, he's our all. We love him even in his death. And what I saw, he's going to heaven, and that is my joy, regardless of the pain I'm going through, regardless of the pain the body of Christ we are going through. Prophet T.B. Joshua is an icon, he's our celebrated prophet general, and we love him, and we'll forever love him.
Before I become Prophet Gazy, I'm saying interview be our grantee. I've seen some of the headlines, any amount for 70 be Moka, and I'm sure it's only yen.com for them, so we are interviewing. Now, there was a particular way beyond we say about say will be a fake man of God in the kaka home. And now kind of person chichim kakra say e be feel okay e bia say nyamini pe bi eno monsa ana bia one a mada into a fake man of God. O say enye no na obi ni obi e bia so for bi no monsa no ana say bi oni obi eda eno nche so a fake man of God.
Okay, question me that biom. But before I answer a question, me no be kasa kwa kakre bi na abranche bi ejuma mo station hono mo. Na ofi ho eko kasapa. Me hu no ma bebre won ho no ma send message to him. Nti so nim na mo penasa ma mo mpai ma no. Na me hu won ho no ko hu ni difo nko hu ni sofo no mpai no so see on his life. Because again I've sent a message to him and I believe so what. But here, I'm still seeing something bad around him. But and he should take a step before such a thing again will happen. This unfortunate. I pray that next time now we are celebrating good things, not death and death and death.
Okay, so Abranti bi ano ni eye adwuma. Osi oja.
Abranti bi ano no mo eye adwuma. Me no kasa kwa. O move ko kasapa. Me hu owu eda nanim. Na me koswa mi hu owu eda nanim na me koswa mi hu bibi tuntu on the chibebre na enche be breaking it down into kasakwa into. Let's go to your substantive question, then please answer and go.
Okay, well niao kind na botumi kakra ntina me go ahome say
before during the COVID me ba station ni FM na me ka say me hu say parliamentary me bring COVID na me hu say obi wo mo station ho no ma enche nya me be fa nako ye di matem Ghana for di matem enche bia na say Abranche no ye presenter or MC or call ye. Me, you can have your biases towards Prophet Nigel Gacy, but that don't let that mean that you can't doubt it. Well, D4 near waka back home, you know me and son near Abem. And yet D4 near waka Abem. Into me, but me who are there. Prophet Nigel Gacy, me who are there. Into my son Bube.
Okay, now, Osi oni na no ye juma ha ko kasapa no oni no akasa mbajo sa na
me nen kasa I sent this and me and say because of the public attacks me who I'll write a letter to you or I'll send my P or my administrator to place in a call. And me call Sierra Leone me buy and catch and say they are placing a call to Roman fathers or mon country no. But again nyamema me ho so na enenama me say who say it is still hanging. He's a good man. Growing up
Roman father or ye juma or Atinka FM.
Yes, Atinka FM.
Enti unkache Roman father say mpacho anya den.
On country ni akọ.
Okay.
Na onko hu ni software. Na ombom pai no ntwemu man no so seed on his life and on his health.
because me colleague no ye juma ho ko kasapa e fifi bansi.
Okay,
Fifi
that is
bansi.
your word. That is your word. Me person, like I said, this time in person me kika can sing be raw. Me no kasa kasa. Me no kasa kasa kwa. Inti, let me answer your question and let me run away, please.
Okay.
Okay, inti, your question was me say sophobi enomonsa sophobi ebo jamaya onye sopho. And kwesi the hypocrisy in our system in our time too much. Kwesi you're a journalist. So onomonsa does it forfeit the fact that you're a journalist? The answer is no. Nurse would see me, doctor would see me, driver would see Prophet Nigel. So if we are of why not funny here, does it forfeit on your nurse beam, on your doctor beam? The answer is no. The difference is that we have anointing and we have character. Somebody can be highly anointed, but our character problem. Yambuano, we are not supporting sin. Prophet Nigel is not supporting sin. Yambuano don't get it better. But Ghana had here. The only thing you have to do to be fake is that you have to answer to the call as a prophet. So far as you become a prophet there, and the BBA fake, BBA, I don't know where they had that word from. And I'm saying that me, I can Bible 23 times cover to cover. I did more be a fake, so for be a fake, and say, while finding me for aside Holy Ghost, and I said, Jesus Christ. Or not let's only a fake. As a software be no monsa, it doesn't make the software fake. Our character problem, yambuano. The software be ebo jamaya. It doesn't make the software fake. Our character problem, yambuano. The software be we are there. It doesn't make software fake. Our character problem, yambuano. And on and on and on and on. At the mass software ye fake and say, wow, cast a software ye fake no. Well, by Apostle Bible says, near yehun near yet you do one dance. Well, now one cast of it made the dance yes, software na kwaji a draw and wakwaji sumai, wakwaji a normal in Jesus Christ. On no bit my cast software fake. Software try that has not mean so a fake. So let it get it clear and let's leave our men of God to do their work. Obi asin to one so. Everybody has pitfalls. Everybody has weakness. We were men before we became men of God. But as you get better, as you get closer to God, your relationship with God, you keep reading the Word of God now. And no, maybe you grow it out. There were certain things I used to do some years ago. I'm too busy. The people around me, I cannot even do it now. So they should leave the prophet to do their work. They should leave the men of God to do their work. Okay,
any day more wait there before I be kono. Me a meti ho me nkase me otini nini.
But they be a metesa who attack him or entertainment review no so crazy. You don't say pleasant things about me.
Oh, that's not correct. But I challenge you. I provoke you. I incite you. No, Prophet, I challenge you. Said, but no, but what can say to produce one maybe unpleasant thing I make about you? Then if if you are able to produce one thing, unpleasant thing, nothing no crash me yes sir. Why not? I will apologize and yeah, I'll do the right thing. So Misha Senamika so me not in account because I want to ask a certain question. Will be better point. So I've just googled the word fake because in common situating in community say fake man of God, fake here bro for major bro now. So cause a fake, just googling it or say not genuine. Imitation or counterfeit. Again, Osanka, a thing that is not genuine, a forgery or sham.
Yeah.
And forge or counterfeit. Bibisa anwaka. Nti I said, at the papa na waye bibia eno enya the papa. Now pese ode dada man for say okay, mesumi at the papa. So ukman fatu bi ukan a doctor for ebi our normal son. Where you saying does that make the person not a good or a fake doctor?
Yes,
I am sure say unim say ABI can't nyaminipa their character traits. So by be near maybe I say software. Just as we call this is a quack doctor, we or a fake doctor or a genuine doctor. there are things you look out for.
Yes, sir.
Minim esu say be a onom nsa before people ebeka say be a software onom nsa into a fake. That means that be a say why be na software they can no na onto mu tintan say they be a software be preach Christ to onom nsa. I'm sure people will not necessarily say it's okay software onom nsa. Me ti hwe minim nsa nom but minim wine mitimi no mu aba minim minyo bia obi obaka say bia kwesi abwaje enom nsa na je say minim nsa in fact minom wine keto bi kra na mabo minim nsa nom
Crazy?
Yeah.
Pacho, what Elijah or Bible mother?
Mpacho una nyame nipa nti mpacho we de bo amina Bible uni musimi
Elijah or a default can say power Bible no before. Say before son ye but on your fake. What Rahab or Bible mother? Rahab, not a prostitute, known prostitute. But already the Matthew chapter 2, the genealogy of Jesus, not Jesus' grandmother.
Okay.
What is Jacob da? Not a trofo, not a cromfo, not a yaza. But in the moon, how much in Jesus if you buy it?
Okay.
What is Isaac da? What is Abraham da? He was polygamous.
Okay.
What I am saying is I see people are pretentious. People turn the word of God. And of course, I'm not a logical man, I'm a spiritual man.
Okay.
So I'm speaking from the perspective and position of spirituality.
Okay.
In context of the word of God, everybody has a pitfall. That is what I want to reorient the body of Christ and anybody that want to understand and anybody that want to come to the point of truth. Say, sophobia ye nipa. Kwesi sesi anemeka se minimum fa. But adie baako Apostle Paul or say adie baako bi wono ho a ere no. Ono nti na ma da bia ye be nyame. Kwesi se boni ni ye ho mrayo ni ye ho dia ene ye nyame o. Ene na kana do gezi me powerful. Ene na kana me fast yen se me fasting. Bonne ena emma ewe ye ho. In the Bible says bonne to say if your sins are like bonne to say debe I met want to say sheba mi chi na nye papa. Nia mema, this is not about debate. This is the straight and that is it. You can't so be a faker. Obi be a wafa a true. Obi be a nyame honhom. Who can do 228 or tell me share me home me go man saying so. Now a D for the umber professor by the Spirit of God. Ni the stumine or the motia or the alafia or the malabu eshen come on the fake. But when na or boy jamai or embar problem change something. But the latter part of Samson call on God, and my Bible tells me say everybody buy. Into new tie me or se boni ni no ho na de oyinyame. But me night of them nyame. Me night of them and a software be any we afia. Me commission me hu ade pa kwa etri. Obi ene one mo betima se Kristo. Bible say obi ene one mo tena Jesus nko a. The question what tena de am de rade ase. New tie me tena de or the nyame ase. But me point am make in the say. You were anointing, the anointed of God. Bible says that we are made of earthly vessels, and the excellence of God dwells in us. So we are imperfect vessels. And when the Spirit of God comes on us, He makes us perfect. That is all that I'm saying. I'm not endorsing say suffer being called your way. Because we are suffer papa na person call heaven. Otherwise suffer no call heaven. And no maybe you are too busy to do it. You can't do it.
Okay.
So you won't do it. I mean, you won't do it.
Okay.
That's what I said.
I'm grateful for the clarification. I mean, Papa Prophet.
So me that it's because my men san kebium. Answer what san fre. O man join hene. Yam pai mana. Unu ya no fi ho call hono. Yam pai mana. And me kono me catch on my Ghana say. Nyame bi me Prophet Nigel mani no baako no mienu no miensa. Me hu se bibie atuwa show mine no so. Into national security. This is not to cause fear on anything. Yen tighty security. Me stand repeat it. Me my bomb pie makonya me anim no hokra nyame me nko no kro ba no be yi kire me. On minor security, president security, judiciary security, all the states apparatus, the nation Ghana, yen tighty security. Me who so many times say be 2 or minus minimum, but ye cost a bomb pie into CDS, IGP, and whoever matters. Yen fire security in the agro. Nyami so for pay me o tie Christo ni bi obi bi o wo fe baby bia me damase da se motie na no pawe nyami sha kwesi no team God bless you
nyami sha so Prophet Nigel Gazy of Hill Chapel International and oni edi I wanted to get it. Okay, so it's Prophet Hill I'm sure it might be prophetic or Prophet Hill. Might be anyway. Yadana se papa. Abna.
Over kwesi.
Mini am so aba betena se na we dey say wo ko.
Ye kura ye wie.
Yes, wo koi. Emfoni na Accra Sports Stadium enra.
Oh, over kwesi.
Say occupy Ghana for the statement we aba.
Very bad.
One more can about say super spreader kwan fa so a ade betimi asan amanfo. Na Accra Sports Stadium near see enra no. I think say the last time I checked, Ghana, sports stadiums, no, National Sports Council for no in charge. Yeah. That's what I whoever was in charge of security at Accra Sports Stadium and Ghana Football Association for minim organize a game we and match Accra Sports Stadium. Accra had to folk any Great Olympics. And again, we share infoni no twegu or social media one to see live streaming.
National security for question kasa so we makwache authorities. So we makwache fantasy dome. Esa so we makwache authorities na ehwe masa ade no course.
But it's dangerous.
Over question.
Kwabra ne see no apart from say
o kan say yade ni wo.
Wo de covenant to enchen a. Unim say ni see no. Stampede.
Omu bugate no.
Yeah, so it's a
omu antieska, omu bugate no omu wurem.
And say me ha me ninka nipa abem so wurem no be do be 500 ni echi.
Ofakwesi ababro. And omu first
na
statement
security ni I say security ni ba ko pe na no ogina gate na no.
And okura ba na wo security ni ba ko. Dabi ofakwesi. And nipa dom bebrebe we eno na esese Bibi say nanka security agencies no omo act fast ni ehun say aha ade ne nyanhwehwe animu na asumasi de ne yakwete no obenten de ne yakwete no we de ne yagyae ebede na obi nso nya bi nipa nam wanyina no nose mask no social distance nothing and one so mu wurem of akwesi very bad.
Terrible. I mean, what happened at the Accra Sports Stadium? And I thought it'd be a name be say when I see it, then you ask yourself, say, Sankra near
Over question.
Well, answer na be kono video back on so mebusa bibi kakra ho ye. US abrochi me mu first lady.
Oh, yeah.
Joe Biden na say Joe Biden na friend no.
Yeah.
Na say nansia we di say last week baby no di 70 years.
Yeah.
Na kwan ofa so no di na wo danie. Bicycle ya ye kan. And was say until we call ride. Wo ride in important honum kakra no echichi amanfo say ene ye me di 70 years. The kwan ofa so di ni birthday na I'm sure na I'm sure. Abrofu so tell be o ma ye look very useless for my man because yeah side of video yeah birthday yeah party kesi na chese
ya sa na omote
oh na first lady who di birthday
oh
na bicycle
over kwesi ye
can bicycle
ye ni ana America UK prime minister no the simple
Boris Johnson
there be back or call ya answer Boris Johnson na na yire di ne birthday or to niza micra niza micra ye dey taxi wa ha yam free or to bi man oh say aya sa na omote enya say bi a wasesa sa na omote o di ne birthday o tu bicycle wow pen be join me ni ntu bicycle anu no
that's why I party Obi be said that way MTN for betimi ekukuru sika no am say okay first lady di birthday tobacco sika companies no obo say e ho na who companies akasia che say omu nyina because enhwenim ni ne ka ho ye ye nyina beta sika Vodafone for back come sika ka sa preko why that's by crime we back come bi aka which is obi abe miska my bicycle
open be join ni entry
hey anyway kwabena me da say anope na me sure
Everybody ya adom a wotena no pa
ebesensha besha me da papa kwabena ma afo kwabena enna ekiejiwa kode John afola tenase John akwaba
enua ofampom say
na bako wo so
adom akwa
okay so eso unua Lawrence kwesi entry abiola so be kan sa omam do ye but wo ba wo ma medu ebetimi ahye dwumedi na se akasima be ye eduonu nkono na nondu abo ebre no ko ewo ye bride mam yempenifo no mo transi but John Wahai and then ba be hye na yedi nkomo ba before me ko John so no ma menkan mo messages ni bi ababe temu pa no pay me said ankin kan bi ma menkin kan bi na mebo modin aten kakra bra me ni John ni didwumedi ya na ye fi on him saying one here says please ask a pack how differently would his government operate the FSHS scheme KWASI and or the way fee UK when I was I'm sure you sent this on when I was having a discussion with the interview with Clementa Park. Now says Honorable Clementa Park, you just said a lot of nothing. You want the education minister to publish his ward's educational background. It's time the government took actions on any false news or publication. That is Pitri Brim from Abranco. Is that you? Yeah, you see, sometimes it's difficult to call some of these NDC PhD parliamentarians honorables. They have been bashing free education since day one, praying for it down for because they know it's a good policy and none of the NDC policies can compete with it. NDC enemies of progress. KWASI Botri, Sydney, Australia, and Odiano by Sami Boachi Asaman Kese says, let's rest assured and keep our fingers crossed and wait for President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia terms of office for it to come to an end. They will fix or they will deliver all the promise, all the mess that have been left. All right. GPRT should come out publicly and announce the new fares to Ghanaians to stop the unnecessary argument on our road. Passengers are suffering from mate and their drivers. Oh, Mama G, Kaswana Difibai. I said GPRT for the Omo the first number 2 Jama. You didn't come across. Maybe the year Chimun and almost say a chassis. So I don't know. Minim ni awu can't ni apesa utre. Enti Oma Chimu.
Ghana Muntie na mansanya son adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo need 100.9 FM.
So John Akwa Biu.
Enua ofa bia boko de.
Nyame adawroma bibia boko. Yanshan common asimfi education and rap Minister for Education. Dr. Duchum Akasa Edinsem Bibra Tuja wasi gains bebre nyama bebre wonom sia omo ba ban mu omaye enna sika ye dia share eye free SHS mu ode eno so e dia tudwa so far you spending 7.7 billion Ghana cedis aban so adaroma womo de eye new standard test bi e de ba and your friend national standard test primary 4 students pupils I should say enkoda no amoko school no the kind of people who are Ghana Hanum say no more ebetron sorry so so my nationally near is okay bibia echo ye any ensem no be double track 2 to 3 years you be ye if you heard them say and come out do education matters menje wa dwinche
yo I'm say ya sampa na before me start no me fa ni die ma neat etiefo nyina na premature bia na menchia His Excellency John Dramani Mahama NDC mpenifo nyina especially Wejagbawe branch executives sponsor executives for nyina menchia bia enka wofa asamia minister kan de enka asampa say aban spending 7.7 billion now onu say there are a lot of challenges on our education sector aban we only kasa obviously NDC for there omompe free SHS NDC for there your time free SHS yempese yemba be school enyam bebre amukeka ka enya nukra enya NDC yempe free SHS NDC yen start free SHS UNESCO country director ebo John Mahama Abasu in 2015 who go be September say ya start this free SHS but near time say before I start free SHS I see a put two infrastructures in place. Ne making sure say nkwala no so mo ko school a eden a ombeko meko sua ade e wo ho e se hu say omo books a omo ko school ombe hia e de sua ade e se e wo ho e se hu say akudi a nkwara no be hia bia no say wo ho teachers for nso say nya omo baby omo dom ti beto a ebetumi motivate teacher for no say na be ya nkwara be nya adepa say na de on dey no akwara no efi school na oba efaso a okenya wo school betumi di abo o man no. That is what NDC we are always saying say aban ka onya abotre man ka o make sure say free SHS na police no dey ba no obefre pe nkofo a omowo sa sector no say you be free Charles for your friend na grade 4 ni your free teacher unions for mo na your friend penifo a omowo akwadre wo Ghana Education Service say na be ya obi ade na adwen beba wahu na ade no ya na chese mfaso aba o man so aban ye kan aban anti ase o kai immediately aban ba ye o kan now say oh or the phrase is eba ono ankasa ni minister for finance ebe ka say enka be ya anka Ghana fo o mo sika o betumi ade etua nkwala omba school fees nke mama kwanya no nko munchia esa so ono hwa no example ono no o betumi etua na ba school fees Emma Dr. Adokufo, former Minister for Defense, President Kufo time, and so be criticize aban. President Mama Eka say, Eka yemfre for a review. Ni yemfre challenges are a education sector. You say, enkwala eko school, baby cry, ombetina asua ade cry a problem. As John Mama kwe, osi 47 senior high schools, ye blocks you. At most ye blocks, osi 47 completed. Schools you dying wo hwa. Eka ban be to make utilize it. Na ngodi nkwala kom aban a problem ne say schools no baby see no ewo meanwhile no there were buses provided for these schools etin kan kwada ankomaye overcrowded was school ademu a headmasters for cry complaining na one hwe na ye transfer one hwe na ye sack we fi we num no na nka adepa enso aban ya ntumi anye ma schools egu ho a ebi adane forester ebi mu kra no sabe aboaten ne akrante na edi mu agro headmasters for be complaining here aban transfer bi mu efi om school ho wo hwe dia ye national organizer ekọ upper east ekọ hwe ya nkwala omo school bed bath ewi omo ehye omo na ma ye de ba ye ne yeka punish headmaster instead of attacking the issue there aban ye ntie eti sanyima we nyina na ba and that cry ye tie enkwala to spend 79 days in school no omo be fi spend 89 days at home they say no ka say basic 7 for ebe makwan Friday ebe that is PSS 1 for makwan Friday ebe mo be crampo no omo the whole day omo call the way omo call school na no omo ntube nya textbook ko ensua de of akwesi textbook rank of nkwala be sua de ko omo nya etu be ka che Ghana for say what spending 7.7 billion na ahin na wo saska no ekọ ye omo be fie kra no omo be spending omo nya kra 1 month kra wo fie omo be fie a omo san ko school omo ko school a omo be fie no ba December so tumu say ye wasifo esu no enti be omo be tro exams enti we mu na ye challenges a face education sector no wo dia wo soro ye no wo do oba ekọ private school side we me nim sandra o ye press conference no so to me clarify side we ya
chichi mu se senior de bon krata na de betu dwa se ne bako ye private senior high school no enye no kre ne ba no kra nyindu
endu ho
obeko yes
good say we clarify that issue because e ba ye no na ye mu bi ne ye nti ase say wo aye supervisor say bra na be spread an institution now want to be school bia wo Ghana ha public school no do back or private school na just say wo no ade no kwa na wo ye say ran no kwa no ni gide wo but yes about clarify that issue no wow eti kwesi wo fa enyama bebre ekoso education sector mu enye bofima say ensakra esa ban otumi ensure say obetumi straight anyama ebi na make your textbooks ekọ ye ubako school pa na say textbook obetu ade omkra wonya we say very very worrying ya ye mbako school exercise book school betumi provide am ya na ekoto ye o share the cost obetu school fees na wan say akoto textbook akoto exercise book a obakọ ko school kwa no say uhu say new kolokon feta mo de abai na enkwala esuo say old one omo suo uhu enti enkwala no kwa hu de omo ye enkwala SS4 mo ko school bi mu kura ba fie kura mpo na wo hwe Joy FM4 program we with parents eko school kodi eru 2 weeks e wo school omo ba fie betena fie eko eti wo fa em say education sector no she bomboda na ehwe pa na ehwe mu yesan say pempen so a ye de ko no before say yan hwe ni a ye be say education no yesan say wonu say oman bia say be ye education so oman bia be ye education so ye policy ye de ba ye NDC ai ka say nkomo to abaman ya nke de be ne say e be make sure say enkola ya omunya school ko ya schools nya overcrowded e ka what we do say ye first year no what we do ni say say schools ye blocks ye CC ya be 80% e be 90% completion no we ensure say ye first year no ye be CC sa school dan nyina na ya hwe deprived areas I work Ghana ha private schools e wo ho na ye ensure say we collaborate with the private school for no na to enroll your students for ni bia omunya akwanya omuko classrooms na ye overcrowded omunya konwa kransu ade no we ensure say we collaborate with the private sector na to me the nkwara no bia den akọ school ho so na be ya ye classrooms ye overcrowded ye sometimes kwa no say use your dormitories ye dormitories ye use your classrooms nkwara kra nkonjo metenam adesu ade kra omunya ni nyina no say nka che den ye to me collaborate with the private sector for Ghana for ntie na mokoto abaman PP4 nka ban de say ne say nko betumi afa sa ideas we na nka odi incorporate aba esan say amambo de ani ba kwatim it is helpful say we need o colleague and I say o colleague kra na oni any the same policies any the same aban mu no ma suggestions bi betumi abo o man no letumi ni o man etumpon ama education sector etumpon na nka say nka utumi ye den efa ebi na utumi ye den utumi de kan ho na nka oduko enim eso emba ne sa na education sector aye kasa ye sora ye be kasa sa eso ko grounds wofa if you crampo no ye aduane a nka say di go schools kra no students kra nya bindi aduane di go schools surprise omo surprise aduane eko schools aduane they don't even pay them omo nya sika kwa na dey teachers headmasters for so that they have to use their own money no mo they take care of the students who headmaster who na me na ukaka ukaka na wan kan yi a the be say we dwuma be bow eti no your headmasters for no school no ano they don't even know how to express themselves almost no almost so betumi open out no betumi account here course wo school ho ekwara ko school a eduano mbedi cry asem eduana mbedi cry asem teachers materials on be use kwada kire nkwara ya de cry problem ekwara nya the logistics now mbe shu ade na betumi motivate they don't even have it. Because I'm speaking from an experience. I'm a parent. Member co school. The problems that you facing as parents, no. Tabeni be far. Uncle wait here. Now say enkwale on befi. They came to spend 79 days at home. Omu co school must have spending 89 days. Almost 79 days at school. Omu befi. They are going to spend 89 days. And he said, "Wa, who needs a car? Who no babe call a private institution? No, now we go to your no. Now he said, so baby tenefi." Na sabi ya omo sika wo munsem no who can afford their children to go on studies and studies ya wo do ba kwakura no sa private school omo church exams we omo we no charge parents enya sam kotwa parents be 2,000 Ghana cedis e be mo 500 Ghana cedis per subject enka ada na yan make sure say sa sika ya parents beside their work sitting at home no you making sure say in school dan ya yes wa e did all empty no you be man kwala na komu you be making sure say dan ya na e twen ya your textbooks and kwala say omu sua ade so ye kwala nya textbooks omu fa sua ade with school dan na che say you bet to me so plan exercise books keke an kwala e be sua ade wom And so up to now, exercise books and call a school smart and collaborate with students and there. When now you're bedding at that parents so our parents came to Minka. Can you chance and can buy on making sure say on unnecessary expenditure. Me no can say crying. Yes, yeah, they be friend census. Ye can nipa. Ye issue over 581 million. De can nipa. Offer say the Ghana ye here pani. Say
is it
education sector.
Is this thing na won't as you shedden your time? Because send you see canon. Oh, yeah, the cocaine nipa, but and yes, sack kwa.
Yeah, oh, a reason. And a ya fear bucano. Eka no. Oh, your priorities are. Who making sure say the fatano and anka we answer what de here. Who ye de here pass what de. Well, I think I de here pa. Oh, yeah, Ghana and say the bank making sure say your institutions are collapsing and an kufuado. And to be surviving to be Jan Naso. It's a lack of funds. Able to be pushy as you are solibia near Jibusia.
Okay,
you're solibia near Jibusia. The big deputy minister for finance or call a committee. Or say, Sikabusia ya Jinano, a free SHS any edition. Meanwhile, when you go to the free SHS sector, and also education sector, the free SHS is suffering. Our students are suffering. Well, Menoka say our teachers are suffering, but they are unable to talk. Because can you tag one here, the motivation quite to me there. Would I change quality? We a headmaster. Let's also complaining the problems you are facing at your school. One share a transfer, one share near UAD. And ama your headmaster for no, and then penny for more running education. Omun to me and Kasa, and to me can't check Ghana for the challenges that they are facing in their various sectors. And the penny say, honorable educhum. Omo body no making sure say Kasa no adoso. Ofa aban we the men who say one of the main omo ya there won pa ne Kasa. Say omo di asam to omo so a. So omo making sure say ade potin omo kwaka na ade no solution no asolve ama Ghana fo nya won so no. Omo be gidan wa Kasa ma Kasa bebre enso be kwa no now we are still facing the problem.
Me that say
the ben say kwesi education minister Obia to be frank me respecting the pa me before say we share as a deputy minister na or a deputy minister na honorable na po wo ho no adwuma oyeye entina na nekufo ado dey sa education sector ni share nsa o make sure say on be collapse education sector no under his as a minister for education.
Me that's John are full of the NDC and pay and our team in camp. Bani asamba betwa so ewo ye nkomo na Abiola ntimi ema medu nti me ne John na ti ase ya. Ye hwe ye nsema hodo che na adwen won say mame kan me comment ni bi and pay ochini ba kwa me brako akora type I'll say sometimes I feel pity for former President Mahama. What at all is he looking for from Ghanaians on all the business he came to do with our lives? He must just bear in mind that Ghanaians are fed up with him. That is Ochiniba, no dear, no, if he, whatever. Now, government's free SHS has come to stay, and no matter what the propaganda of the opposition party, it has come to stay forever. That is Sky Ewokaswa. OPK Ogosu says, indeed, Nanado is a great leader with vision transforming Ghana. So Ghanaians should exercise patience for him to deliver. OPK Ogosu. GM Pa. Share their dead go teacher. Who is going to vote for him again? Irrespective of our challenges, GM is not the alternative because his incompetence regarding the double track issues would not bring us anything. Kwejo Edu Pako, President Concerned Patriot of Facebook, Ewo Achimesium, Enodi, Enufibae. Bukaila Jonas Adiya says, anytime I hear Mahama's name and voice on the air, two things comes to mind. That's incompetent and sweet grammar with no substance. My stomach aches me anytime I hear his voice because this man really took us to exile. in his 4 years of office. That's Dumso, Bas Brandon, etc., etc. That's Mukala Jonas Adia and Odianobai. Honorable say, yeah, Duchum is a gift. Let's support him for a better education. Co-Mensa and Pillar 2. Times are really hard. Transport fares up by 13%. Charlie, fear politicians, so rest in peace. TB Joshua. That's Fighter Kweku Boachi and Odianobai. Nana Kwame Opasco on someone must say President Nanado is very focused. No amount of diversionary tactics will distract him in terms of managing Ghanaian's economy. Let's have faith and trust. Surely we shall succeed. Nana Kwame Opasco. The purpose for the implementation of the free senior high school is to take away the burden of the parents who find it difficult to pay their award school fees. And it has proven successfully so far. Proven successful so far. Because free HSS have come to most of the street children. Okay, well. Yeah, Sankiri Typhon or Dianobai. Education Minister's son in the SHS. Because see, you and Kwabinama for last week depended on fake news by some biased news editors and bashing him. And the truth has come out. And I'm quietly and patiently waiting to hear from you again. What in Denmark? What in Denmark? Bash him what? Did you bash him? The education minister should stop the wholesale promotion of free SHS and reintroduce exam at the end of every term to students who want to get serious. That's learn and perform. In fact, I don't understand this current Chief Justice. Does he think they are above criticisms? Or what or where was he when Kennedy Japan insulted all judges, including him? That's Meshach Asante from Abusokai and Odianobai. Positive change from Medina Accra says, let's get this clear. The Ghanaian voter is careless about what government does. Our government do sometimes positive change. Okay, I'm saying to me now, but check a crown. I mean, home so I hadn't seen I'm Sambra John, so na yentua and common so John. Okay, so my name welcome briefly TB Joshua. I'm saying it's all over the newspapers.
Seriously, I was so sad yesterday. But here because TB Joshua will be a in a friend. Papa in Juma. As a humanitarian, our philanthropist. So, besides the Christo Juma or ye, now we have conform from Mobano. Now, our season beer, Papa de Biano, making sure say, che, Indiane, and then Diane Kwa, Chentariana, dear ma, Bobra Wa, Bo, we are for Nina. Now, here a TV station, so. The baby crash. I'm some the piano, the preacher preaching now motivational words are what to do one Casawa Brabo. That's a Udiswa, the man Puntu be Braco Brabo. Now, we share painful, nay, ordinary Muka sorrow Kaji deliverance. Papa, you cry your time come arrested. Now, Sunday, it is a Papa Akonichi. What in some Brianna Cocoso. I'm say Anape who interviewed one of our great prophets. More on my way, more Namiti prophets, Osu Bempa, and I mean prophet Nigel. So now, to be frank, I was impressed with for the first time. I was impressed with what Professor Osu Bempa Kai say. Yes, so for no mabano. So making sure say and confona members no more saw them home. Or making sure say. And ye be na obe so I saw them go. As I say now be say nanka senka ye hwe physical and sananka ko spiritual. But obi yare a na ya dika ko hwe spiritual no and san ya ba physical. Et obi ko on tie na ya say obekọ obeto eduru ko anu no wa so me ko sorry. Me ko so ye so e bompa ma me ameden. Me nya ayaresa enka ya de pa. Say o kwa sorry na wenya gidie e wo Nyankopɔn mu. Esan say your doctors for nangasa no ko hospital omo say o me de me madu anka ba nyame na de esa yare. Eti ka nya gidie say nkampo ne be say but enya bibia na odbekɔ as osofo ho. Osofo mu ye nipa. Omo anso no they have their personal issues. Omo personal problems are. And then Matisse sana your prophet here. They also have their personal doctors. Day in, day out, checks. Say, how is their health? And he said, we are Christian. I'm saying, Prophet TB Joshua, we say, as Christians, we should sit back and reflect. Ye Christo sumu, and yama ye jidia. You demand too much of men of God. Instead of ensuring say, you did GDA, and Mumbeshe or Chobo, Chonda Ponyakopomu. Near the GDA Nashe, a nipa de Senimu. Say, a Woka Sorokana, who would GDA pa was so for Mukracha and Yankopona Woka Cosmo. Now, your software bisu are resorting to anointing oil bimu. Say, sa anointing oil way. Say we yare sabi hepatitis B kwa na we yare AC kwa na we yare den kwa yare edro atonse ba ko tumi sha yare ba 10 anonte ba ko ye wonsuo ye se o bura bi wo mo so be sa bura na se wo ko no ma e be sa o yare nyina sa we na so ye se o se wo ni favor kwa wo wadwuma mu kwa mpo na ana se wo ton ade o market kwa na ye nto a sa nsuo ya se yare kwa sa nsuo be sa atwe customers bi aba. Na say, am I a Christo sumuno? We go to church because of salvation. Say that you say, ye wo no, uba naked, console be naked. Now, what is your relationship with Christ, your maker? Who created you? What is your relationship with him? Are we obeying the commandment? I can say Christo ni, we obey the commandment nanka wo kwa sorry. Woko aso nya wo sofo nti anase obi nti na woko wofa na nsen obi kwa aso kwa na dressing me say obi enwanum bai ene ma me ne sister shi otumi tu nanim champagne no te wo no hwe na dressing kwa de to aso no kwa na it is not even good aso no hoko no kwa no na say awari nti kwa no hoko asore no anya nka aso awoko de nka woko ketie nyame nsem onyankopon ne nsem a what do we say now? About to who? No, the bow bra. Send a beya. Dachi. And Kawoko, a sura. Ubeko heaven. Now, after the result into a lifestyles, bimu, na makers, bimu, na nyama bima, yeah. Na ye Christo sum with God, no. It is not accurate. Say, as Christians, they say, you know, say, you better reflect it nowadays, our relationship with Christ. Ye Christo sum, yen share, and ye muniamu say, Osofu biya ye nipa. Obetumi ahye obetumi ni osofu edi kita ho se ochina bra be hia me ewo consultation. Obekọ kra no wetu kwan. Obekọ kra no bibia to no ama sa program no kra mbaso. Ebi na ye papa prophet Nature Gazel say Sunday no kra we preach. Eti obi kra na wo kwa so say o uketi asem bi efi prophet Nature Gazel ho. Okwa no we preach enti ono no obesen wa sorry ana anasa asem no ntie anasa wo ko say you are going to have an encounter with God who purpose wo ko asori enyina ne say wo ko asori na we ke hia bibi na say wo ko fie a wo hu say wa brabo na wo mu no asesa ensama wo ke tie fi enyame nipa ho no asesa wa brabo enti onyame bi anka wo ye no emfata ewo Kristo sumu na woni obi kra tie adwumam mes ubeka mpako no nsam saa de onye kra no na wudi ne kokonsa eche mpenifo na onipa Kristo ne no kwa asore no na yi na fi adwumam adwuma bɔ no ase Kristo ni saa na ese wo ye ase Kristo ni ese wo ka wonyanko nsam a enya ne kre enso ubeka se asam no yakakra na wugina ho mewa no na woni ho na wo kreti ato nipa so enti saa nsam no ehye etumi sesa as Kristofo ni etumu se se pempenso no yaba no Yesu Kristo enko na ehye de ani to no so ɔno nko na hyɛde ani to no so a yɛbɛnya ni daasoɔ ɔno nko na ani to so as a Christian fo a yɛdaakye sɛ nyampa sɛ uwu na sɛ wo kwa wobɛtumi aka fesi na abrabɔ na wobɔ wɔ asase so no wobɛtumi account wo brabɔ a wobɛdi wɔ asase so because sɛ woyɛ Christian na sɛ uwu na sɛ wokɔ asoro a ɛsɛ otumi hu sɛ wo maame ni hɔ wo sɔfo ani hɔ wo ba ani hɔ wo yere nso ani hɔ wo as John Afo me as John Afo me tie me na me kɔ ka fesi the judgment no enti abrabɔ bɛn na me bɔ as a Christian ni ana me nua ɛho kyerɛ no ana metumi boa na ana wo kɔ asɔre kɔ asɛbe na yɛ ka mo kɔ yɛ empty na wo nua Christian ni agina kwan ho anka wobɛfa no kɔ de na akɔ asɔre kɔ ahomfa no no weja na wo de chenje na wo kɔ asɔre no weja wo nua Christian ni ya pon asɔre no kra no ebia ɛsɛ wobɛbisa sɛ oh ana me nua me kɔ kasoa enti no wo na me kwan so ana na nka wafa no na nka wo ne kɔ ɛso na yɛ gyan na yɛ ka mo yɛ empty na wo nua Christian de kegyina kwan ho na ewia bɔ no ɛso so wakɔ asɔre ketie nyame nsɛm wakɔ asɔre ketie nyame nsɛm eti wo fa am sɛ TB Joshua ewuo no ai de tutu yɛ Christian so mo no as Christians ɛsi yɛ bombɔden ne yɛhwɛ ya brabo ya retina se ne reflect ya brabo na yɛhwɛ sɛ ɛyi nansa koi yɛ nyinaa yɛbɛsesa ya brabo ne yɛtumi tu anammɔn a ɛbɛsɔ Nyankopɔn Christo ani
Mami kan comment kakra na memra na yɛmɛhwɛ last week and ye pay baby ye die nua ye papa yes John Koshie na emu nsensem ne bi ye nyama ne bi ye call so yi yo na se no teni esi kɔbɔ pay so na Occupy Ghana de krata bi aba omo kasa yebedi eno ho nkomo kakra positive change Medina and or no de ebaye so let's get it clear. The Ghanaian voter is careless about what the government does. Now all government do something. What matters is the extent and impact of what the government does. President Akufo-Addo is the first president to have borrowed over 200 billion and still have nothing to show for. Anti-Wafi positive change Medina and Odia and Obai. President Akufo-Addo said that free SHS rotation will be a thing of the past. But we know what is happening in Ghana. COVID-19 is still pending. Amweni fita wa samankesi point no and saying teacher constitution warrior Mwasi says when you have Nanado and Dr. Bamia as your president and vice president respectively is like having Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo in your team. By all means they will score more goals. Everything shows Nanado and Dr. Bamia are changing Ghana for the better. So before the inception of the free SHS, Ghana did not have infrastructure deficit. So the role of the NDC is to advocate for the collapse of their policy. Enemies of progress. Kofi Ajiman, Ayikai Doblo Nodienufibaye. Masaudu Okumase Bantama, the performance of President Akufo-Addo's government is unprecedented. I will therefore urge the good people of Ghana to ignore the wicked propaganda of the NDC and let's focus with the good work of the NPP. Masaudu Kumase Bantama Nodienufibaye. Opare Osuma said, I beg Ghanaians, we should exercise our patience for Nana Akufo-Addo and his party. They will deliver 100% to Ghanaians. Udin baby I said me who say oh my man for fans me who Udin say fans na be man ehun hia crashing okay so my young queen him ejumedie no so John so last week me nim say bia hu videos ni bia ebi akase tia so many things by way of nipa amokobo dumping yes and Occupy Ghana for the Krate Piomo Kasa said, Enti aban ye CCR no. Ono a we sure pa se obetimi emrana ono a hyehyese Ghana for ndisu no. Ni akoso no aban betimi aba be kan se CCR amanfo endi eyesa emrano so ana. Whether the government will be able to say yes now people should enkodi samra no so ene nsem bebre a wo moka.
I'm say before me can somewhere no I'm say my sincere condolence to Sergio Ebusiafo. I'm say as we politicians, young politicians are just starting, you know. Papa said join you be say to me na brabo to ya brabo, because no matter what you have with your opponent, you know, say to me say ye na Ghana for and chrono so na nimpuntuo and then course obey no no na ye na ye but just that ye na have different views and policies I be fast wa or man no be course na okaya sana ye papa general mosquito mami ka baby okaya say John could 2 weeks wo general mosquito ho e ma baby akoso e je ma ehun say politicians they nya ye ba but ofa so wo hwe Sir John ne yie ne time a mo kwesie na ade wo hwe the disregard for yeah quite fast wa you organize a year no against COVID-19 enkofo amfa buo kura ama ye hyehyei efa COVID-19 ho na wo hwe enkofo boom ho patwa no smash obi an hye no smash enkofo bebre hye no smash no bua from ho na me hwe video bi na Dr. Mahmoud Baumia eba ye na hu enkofo a etuafu no so a omunam ho no mu di nechi na disregard for total protocols regarding our COVID-19. Now hwe nhyehyeye a ye dia broke ye nyama bi a ye ntimemufo no say amanfo akọ demonstration a ye say because of COVID-19 protocols intino ye ntuma demonstration enkoso amanfo kra pa bibi aye eyie kra ye say this enkofo bebe 100 and I say 120 and say tumi aye eyie no ema nkofo eyie kra hyehyehye eyi mu a wontumi enye eyie enso hwede ekoso ewo Sir John eyie ofa sa nya atwom amambuo no yentumi mfa nkoso sa ewo Ghana ha ade bi a enkoye ewo aban we mu no ehwa obon say police for be sorry normal court na say ya face the country for person mo call demonstration ehwa na police for court onko put in judge say police for cry ni akode o metumi dia ye na ye COVID-19 say na aba o man mu ni nyamanyama bebre eti yentumi kran protect o mo eti no ye court for fan junction to demonstration no so na say ya mo call high court say almost like a renew injunction no ema face the country for yi rep court ho ye pamo mo fi court room ho say mo kra antumi enko court ho ni because of COVID-19 demonstration be bra ya plan NDC for plan say ye be ye ni nyina no police for the injunction to so say the omuntie ema ye demonstration shi enso ubehu no na aban ni pampenifo no organize program total disregard for the protocols are the same COVID-19 na omudiri omunuanom no na omo disregard protocols na won say amanfo gu ho omo hye nose mask even sanitizer come back come say cry a problem me ba ha crampo no the protocols are me femu me do gate na no say omo de thermometer to me nsa na me gu gate na me de sanitizer wash me nsa machine bi wo ho say me koka fam ansa na ma ba studio ha cry den ebedi nketa ho on say if you cry despite media cry no the protocols obe fam ansa na wa ba studio ha cry ebedi nketa ho no cry no wo fa anya easy esu hwe yempenufo ya nya atwom ko a na ansa ya yempenufo bi a wo constituency ame ho ye former MP Olusutu Honorable Desmond pro party bi a no ye on ho hwe nkofo a ebuam pantam wo fie ho abontin nyina je say ya block kwan no kwan ma obi kwan ma ye kwa ye ti ho no kwan ma ye kwan ma ye nko na nkofo ye bonjum no mo sana no mask bi bie ni ho a kire say coronavirus kwa ba man we mu a ye ko hu kwa enso ye kwa sorry crampo na Christopher ye pese ye be den ye be ko ye wo regard bi that to say ya Christ Sa Christ the King.
Christ Embassy.
Christ Embassy. Omo ya sorry. And so police for ho. E ka distract sorry no. So ma sorry no koso. Ye won sofo bebre ya chi omo bi wa Asante region. Because omo ya sorry esum nyame. Police for call here, I say total disregard for our COVID-19 protocols. Now, they do strategy sorry no. And so say, aban bibia on fa protocols grant to home. Omo de to me here, I say some no mo aban mu. Omo de no mo aban mu ntina omo ye bibia na obia ntumi enhya omo. But mamfo no ya ade a na ye de share to omo so. Ofa, sa de we no. Enya de ade mpunto beba o man we mu sa anya atwom amambuo no emfa mpunto emba o man we mu eti me fo say sabi say oyi say John we ni fi wa enim guase pa anyama ekoso ewo say John ayi na hye no nya sa de we no nya de esesi biom okopa Ghana fo anyama bebre wo man we mu a esisi eye se omu beka wan asa nya bebre koso o ma we mu over enya sansam we go sa anya atwum okopa Ghana fo tama president Mahama wo ho na so kwa moment mentu amananda president Mahama Mr. went BBNC wo man wetin na omu nam no mo ye demonstration aban we baye sem one demonstration kra opuka Ghana fo aye ye light off ye dema na say ube sorry no na dum na so your fridges, I say. Okopa Ghana wo kwa mu o mabu o maso agu say omo hu de ekoso kra. Hwendwuma aban we ba ya wo begu no. Okopa Ghana wo kwa we mu. Enso mu ntumi raise kra. Awo ndwuma aban we ba wo begu no. Ofa ye won kofo mu nya dwuma nye. Hwe kwan asese. Okopa Ghana for ba ya omo to man they even like ghost. Omo to be kwanya demonstration say ye kwanya access and can face the country for ye say ye rules access say aban hwe kwanya obefa so a obefisi rules no ye dum so aban ba ye wasande aba e kokopa Ghana de omo ye say ko meka CSO so hu na ko ma pass aban we na ka ye like ye dum so aban ba ya wasare Ghana for hete na ka say to me yes and okopa Ghana for tete ho
na John Mimbusa
aban ko ye
John Mimbusa beto
15,000 per hour.
John Mimbusa so your issue with Occupy Ghana is it say demonstration mun ye and now person say issues ba what mun can say because I know they've been coming out now and then issue statement and all that.
Say Occupy Ghana for ya atwum for seriously financial na Frankie Kujo be ka say time na mo opposition no John Mama time no bibi amba na me nkofo yi e bo ma ban so ne e bo ne se ne e bo nechi and so aban se san ya pe no nkofo na me no mo the same way na ye demonstrating against the incompetency and the corruption alleged corruption under President Mahama na mambo no aban we ban no omu nyina akakada enso me no nya nim se enyama bebre e koso o man we mu culture of silence asaba nipa ntumi kawasem Dominic Ayini, honorable. And some of the Kaya CDD for organize a program and call for young Kaya concerning the 2020 elections. Now, you see, I say, you don't want to say, Umbra, contempt, uncle, a legal counsel. This might come to Uncle Facey. They say, I'm a tea crown. This is a man,
investigation. You should know,
oh, what? And some one call for their chin say. And some lawyers aka their chin say. You're a criminal lawyer from Kakao, one of your sister radio stations. Say, did they know what went behind the scenes? Tell Madam Naini Kaka, you didn't call courty. Chief Justice Castle, Uncle apologizing now. Uncle says, I said, one could be more Kajina, radio soccer cars and some way. You don't know what went behind the scenes. Over. Hey,
yeah, Justice said be Bonnie said near all kind said no cresse bia minia ya pon can be bisa. So I can say bia o
behind the scenes.
Enye chopper.
Behind the chopper. Minia amambo ayebu your 4 arms of government o. Media mu plays a major role in our democracy. Oyi legislation fi amambo ya koya. Kufu baby ya no. You cannot do away with our legislation. Ofa, you cannot do away with it. And they are not above criticism. Ofa. They are not above the criticism.
Above criticism.
No, but this year ukasa. Na se contempt achiu. Ukasa, ni se koke face legal counsel. Ukasa, ni a fraud se ke face say. Eti ye pese ye kaya busha ye mana. This a media station be entumi say o. Omo making sure say amambo ya ye bui. Promises and ne kufa de promise Ghana for. Omo hwe say ne promise no ebebe mu no. Na President Kejina Cape Coast University. No say the media is attacking the government. Oh, say media per se aban hye ya opeso ne need asu hu a opeso obu no media per se be ma dan abem eti do FM4 about on program we about parents experiences a omu fam e wo free SHS. The way President Ekufuado kakan on about joy multimedia for. Oh, is that what this government in opposition idea? Not the way. Is that what the media was expecting from them?
Just to put it on record, sir, Omanpenny can ramble radio station be.
Oh, but you one.
I'm just putting it on record.
One about free SHS said media be attacking. No person who collapse. Na nya dey say aban. Me na you person obo a media station and say when we say this particular media station no kasa.
There be said they were canon. Me know you adwin. Na say not here. Me akra me tia. Say ekutie bia ni mura. I am saying say me nim say okay. Joy no mo ye bibisa. But I'm saying I'm putting it on record. Omanpenny ammo because any can I say okay Omanpenny body. It's not mean to me. I'm saying that we've talked about it. And we've mentioned the radio station. Yes. But the way we can no na question okay Omanpenny board na me say on record more radio stations.
Yes. But the mention say na wo kan akutie be nim nura. Eti eni say particular radio station na o kan.
Yeah.
Oh, enti no the make say ye was stations wo krom ha. Ne wo sofo pani bi pa wo krom ha. Under His Excellency President John Mahama time. Out to me your press conference. Say nyansafue mu wo he. Nyansafue mu wo he. And then he was accusing President Mahama of corruption. And that's a corruption ekoso amambo we mu. Ofa, he jepat agreement sign. Martin Amedu, across a special prosecutor Beka say he cannot live with a corrupt administration or look over target say President Kufuado the mother serpent of corruption. And so we know we've not heard of Occupy Ghana. We've not heard of those pastors who were claiming to be saints at that time. And don't we know much other? And I say Manasa
no can come on.
Over and the Ghana for years on Mukani. When ya sama Occupy Ghana for
yes, I join you.
And yes, I join you Ghana for pressing issues
but you should know, sir, we're talking about COVID in the name, sir, and Yama Faso a sign. And ya home running idea. It's also a very important thing.
Me make just say we a populist statement be on my bay. Obra my face problems. Yeah, yes, be a meeting. I don't know where you are. Do sorry, light off. Esuka can aban Beka say, oh, machines being accessed. Say, meanwhile, we all know. Say, aban the energy sector, we are facing serious challenges there. But all the CS couldn't occupy Ghana. Or more communiable. Who do you say we are facing serious problems in our education sector? Your students, Kano, a Janucom Bedi was school. Oh, sir, PP, she can't say Beko schools. A crab was school for whom Banyano. Didn't go schools war. And so you occupy Ghana or Chrome Ha, or Mutomo come near Gu. Or Mutumin come once them.
John.
Oh, some way now cost for my way. Ghana for comedy.
Okay.
Ghana for bread. Ghana for soon. Among Bonaya Basa. Among Bonaya Dindia and the Dash walk when you are. I mean, no 2 o'clock make us say, come fast, do. That's why media can go on crying. John, me back crown, Nakuba crying. Well, as your NGOs, it was serious so come ha under President Mahama. Not just the one hinting crown, almost your mamma, yeah. This is a way and see as a mamma, yeah. This is a way and see as a mamma, yeah. Why any will come on him say, so I fought issue with Crampono. President Mama Econo, young fine term as personal a gift.
John Medasi.
So how for you can once you hold. So yes, President Mama air because for the show.
Medasi. Mami can comment kakra na me beju closing remarks na me nya kwa no pay with me so now. All those still involved in Galamsey are criminals. We have to amend the Criminal Act to declare Galamsey as criminal activities. And just to a little, we'll be only I was sending message CC account about say amount for we involved in Galamsey. He said all those involved in Galamsey are criminals. You have to amend the Criminal Act to declare Galamsey as criminal activity. There's a story I just me who online. Illegal miners likely involved in highway robberies. Police. Illegal miners likely involved in highway robberies. Police. So some illegal miners whose operations are being targeted by the government are likely moving into highway robberies. The Eastern Regional Police Command has suggested. The Public Relations Officer of the Eastern Regional Police Command, DSP Ebenezer Tete, in an interview on the Morning Star said some of the illegal miners who are being chased out of the activities are armed and can possibly switch to robberies. This comment comes on the back of the increasing rate of highway robberies in the Eastern region. Pape, I said me okay, dear. Legends. Osi. Legends.
Because unim obi akobo busia e wo bank. E dey akoto excavator. Onye illegal mining. Okwa the documents wo.
So I say, and I quote here, I have no basis to draw that conclusion. But I will not discount that because some of the people involved in illegal mining are armed. But I have no basis to draw that conclusion, even though it is possible. But that's also a very dangerous.
Yes. Or a security expert, which is or a police in and some of the or because as say he knows, then they will tell you say you should go and look for those people. But then you say, Obi Juma wo ye. Now Uber go Juma no. A bank, now bank for chase, now wash it with no reason. Oh, and can I say, there is a buy and say, and can Ukachi excavator now what we share the owner. Oh, yeah, because when we say miners, you come renting excavator, see. Meanwhile, me a RNJ, who was excavated by me renting. And now what a mine ever rented excavator if you one can't change all the call. I can hear illegal mining. On one catch so the proper document will be documentation be all correct. No, the committing is yashim. Nancy Prisia. Lebanese in be an or excavators or the renting. Yakwaka she excavators in na. Meanwhile, you won't penny for or more mining. As you jam excavators, a good oh, here excavators are, but the good for the cassette. We should pay anybody who doesn't understand go to court. Is it the right? Pay as some I say His Excellency in the Nekufado Okana. And yet, even before you acquire a reconnaissance license, and yet, before you acquire reconnaissance card by your Jumano Cran, and yet, I will go through to prospecting license and sign a work in your mining list. The process of the film will be called a chronoso. Eke share mine for no matter to get a home. A share the unit committee members, a share the assemblymen, and say share the sub chiefs. A what community ho? Sikapudo betia before that crampono. Ubasa making sure says a community here pipe or what? Uba pipe on water among.
John Yampon. Now, Yenya Bakutia was sending a message now can occupy Ghana 7. And Obako the back cross it. One of the issues Occupy Ghana can't want them. Okay, so Occupy Ghana disturbed by allegations of the brutalization of a journalist by national security. Occupy Ghana statement on the government extra legal and extrajudicial ban on site punishment for the crime of illegal. In fact, there's a new person who said there are a number of things that Occupy Ghana for account. Woman Kasafan or see civil rights in 51. Corruption 33, economy 12, education 25, energy and environment 13, governance 85.
Me say
occupy Ghana for website. You should apply yourself.
Okay, investigation or Cassia who said data force for a training or a year. South Africa. Did we hear Occupy Ghana talking about it? I met Swally. You want perform a lawyer some work.
They've been talking every day.
No, but what
I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Some course what your mama time.
John, everyone.
Everyone. I say Occupy Ghana for one just anya tomorrow. Oh, and no munkwa. You will see us so kroma. And maybe say, "Sa osofo na no ka say nyansafo e mu han no." So osofo no ohun say CDD report bi I was 9.6 billion. Ayira nkwa due to corruption. Akwa manfo bottom. Ono no sa asofo no oni ho ohun say Nansenya Manasa Azuri like a on procurement authority now up to now who baby CEO no owo
amokasa o
na be necessary CEO no wenfa what has become the status of that case offer the CEO no yes CI 4-year investigation the CI no sa asam no me say bisa na pay say what has become the status of that case as at now Ghana for say Ghana for bisa Ghana for bisa says the ano dia na ekesi ana education be court na court ana you will come hana minister for energy okay agreement bia enya the diligence of the minority in parliament eka over 800 million ye dey atoso
mama hwe say we be ma weni agikakra mo asira
just listen no ekesi infa yes minister catch wo fa minister catch
but that's on the point of the interview. Let's come back to Domelevo. Where does what has happened to him leave the president's credibility in terms of anti-corruption?
As for the president's credibility in terms of anti-corruption, I'm afraid to say it's in tatters. It's been in tatters for a while, but this puts a nail in the coffin.
That's why exactly what I'm trying to point at.
You said they have not been talking.
One in a million. That's so sad time, no. And I'm going to say President Mama him. Now I'm for car. But there's we want more of this. Yeah, more of this. And yakasa sonkwa. They should make sure say omukasa mu the two action. Now say no so fi sujina ayo. So for penny paper me person me boss only dey. Also kasa say President ohun say President Kufuor do corrupt. Oh, I mean,
no, maybe as a person. As a human being.
When you're supervising a corrupt government, who's in your corrupt now?
Okay, your mama as a human being.
No, but your mama wanted to be targeted. Your mama is corrupt. As you said, your mama is corrupt.
So. Okay. So based on Martinami Dukan, no say
yes, President Kufuor the mother serpent of corruption and a pebia or many Ghana sika. President Kufuor to me yadiano. What are we saying? Oh, I think Miss Re say on mine baby eduno. Ye young penny ye young sakasa will be saying. Ye young Kupa Ghana by demonstration. And back face the country for the move for no. Okay, demonstration. Near Fangu or mine. Near say I know they no question. Yeah, and so man, I mean, no deal. So, a new Kufuor, Ejibusia, produce no to find one hospital. That's your mama bar. Says can I go back to employment? I'm no one on education hospitals.
John Medasi, Yamisha, that's John Afo of the NDC and paying Martin and Kananka. I said Abiola of the NPP Beka and Sabat 20 map. NT and I'll take John Afo and Kwan and Niano pay. Awojimedi. So, Meda Etiefo Nina say. A brass to see any mobile cra and Monfanche the messages have loads. Okay, my main has a met me a canka crabby. Na ma saw this so finally cry with Jimmy. This one says the demise of the head of Scone. I hope I got it correct. That's Synagogue Church of All Nations. Prophet TB Joshua is a solid blow to world Christendom. He was a pillar to the poor, fatherless, and besieged. In offering solace and succor. May God, Lord, help and keep him in his bosom. Uncle Sam from Tema. And dear no, Dubai. And KC, please, my name is Labi from East Legon. Ask Ghanaian youth or call any of the youth and ask them about government's loan that the Minister of Finance is talking about. Okay, so that story that came on the front page of the Daily Graphic. That is about Tampa case. Maybe God willing, tomorrow we'll try and touch on that particular story. I'm sure, sir. Asema, we have time. We couldn't touch on it today. We'll try and look at it, God willing. I mean, my brother. The NDC is always finding fault with free SHS, but they've forgotten primary school and which under their watch were not getting chalk. Nana upon Sambi Diakon and Odiano Baye. Madam was say, Hanum Sina, it will see an pay neat 100.9 Ghana Muntie Jumedi so and was so go yet so Kaimo said Jumedi Sene no a Jora copy me fiada enti watching now so Yamima and Kwan Wadin Ebesan Asia na yedi enkomono bi de atwa so de amamo ame fa se dan kese enfama obi bia otie dwumedie no bi meni so medam ase papa muni ho adwumedie ni ho no mo sei